Morning to one and all. I welcome you all on the behalf of RJ College and ATVS, Association of Teachers in Biological Sciences. Today's speaker, Professor Fazil Malik, Dr. Usha Mukundan, Academic Director, HVPS, Dr. Himanshu Dauda, Principal RJ College, Dr. PG Kade, Joint Secretary at ATVS, all principals, vice principals, Captain Praveen Nayak, Professor Sneha Devskar, and Dr. Kiran Polwankar, all teacher colleagues and participants. On this second day of two-day online National Interdisciplinary Webinar on Ecotourism, a model of sustainable development, is organized by RJ College and ATVS, Association of Teachers in Biological Sciences. Today we will start with the technical session 5. This one is the first session, and for this session we are having one eminent speaker with us, Professor Fazil Malik from Kerala Agricultural University. And to introduce the speaker, I would like to call Dr. Nisha Muni to do the introduction. Nisha Muni, madam.
Thank you, Didi sir. Thank you, Didi sir. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our today's guest speaker, Mr. Malik Fazil, on the occasion of our e-conference on ecotourism. Mr. Malik Fazil is a multifaceted personality. His biodata runs for pages. I'll try my level best to make it concise. Mr. Malik Fazil is baccalaureate in forestry and postgraduate in wildlife science from Kerala Agricultural University. He loves to learn advanced tools and strategies for the sustainable management of forests and conservation of wildlife. His broad areas of specialization includes wildlife ecology and conservation biology. His professional experience include his working as research assistant, technical assistant, assistant professor and head at the Department of Wildlife Science, College of Forestry, Kerala Agricultural University. Professor Malik Fazil has many achievements to his credits, such as various projects and assignments, training programs, and have also organized few programs related to various subjects in his field. He has been invited as a resource person and to deliver keynote addresses at many training courses, national conferences, workshops, and various technical sessions. Professor Malik Fazil has a book on studies on biodiversity conservation in Northern Kerala in his credit. He has written 4 chapters in biodiversity related books and also has many research papers, publications in seminars, journals, popular articles, and research reports. So today we have a very eminent speaker with us who will be sharing his views and thoughts at this webinar today. Thank you all, and over to our guest, Mr. Malik Fazil, sir.
Madam, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Fine morning to you all. Hope the things are okay at Mumbai. First, hello.
Yes, sir. We have
Okay, fine. Yeah.
we have 2 hosts, so you can share your presentation.
Okay. Okay. So, first of all, let me thank the HVPS RJ College Mumbai for inviting me to this webinar. Here in Kerala, it's a very fine morning. Southern part of Kerala is having a fine morning. The northern part is having heavy rain today. And yesterday, the Kerala government implemented again the compulsory wearing of mask and all. That's the situation in Kerala now. Hope the things are okay at Mumbai. Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. So straight away, I'm going to my topic. Myself, I'm Malik Fasil Madala, working as assistant professor in Kerala Agricultural University. And I'm going to present a very important topic, that is the ecotourism and sustainable development. I will be talking some of the success stories from the Kerala part of Western Ghats, this Kerala context, the Kerala perspective. We have one or two ecotourism sites which bagged international awards and all for the successful practice of sustainable ecotourism. So before moving into the case studies and all, my talk include, I'll be giving an introduction about the history and evolution of ecotourism. I think yesterday you had already had a talk, one or two sessions about this ecotourism. So you might have already got this introduction about ecotourism, the concept and all. So I will be just touching some of the points and the concept and benefits of ecotourism, the ecotourism and sustainable development. What are the guidelines to be followed for sustainable ecotourism practices, and few case studies from Kerala. So, as you all know, the history and evolution of ecotourism, there are few terms: the travel, the tourism. Though these are very much related, but the travel from the time immemorial, this from the humankind from ancient times, we were very much interested in traveling. The early men who were living in the cave were not traveling; they were hunter and gatherers. People started traveling when they started practicing agriculture, so farming. So they moved from one place to other place, cultivating, and after that moving to another area. So likewise, people were moving. That was not the actual travel in the today's sense, but there were some travelers. In the historic times, we have the globetrotters, the person who were traveling to discover new places, new culture and all, and they have written many books. That is what we call history. And after that, people started traveling for pilgrims and all. So that is the travel. And after the discovery of wheels, means there were three major inventions in the world that changed the entire humankind: the invention of the wheel, the invention of fire, and gunpowder. These three are believed to be three major inventions in the world that changed the entire mankind. So when in the early time, people were using animals for moving, and after that, this invention of wheel used cart by using animals, and after that, now we have the aerial, the waterways, and the the road networks. So the distance between various places in the world became shorter, and the time taken is very less now. Now one can have breakfast in Europe, the lunch in Dubai, and the dinner in Mumbai. So the world became small. That is what happened. And later, after this late 1800s and early 1900s, we have started the tourism. The term tourism came into being, especially after the industrialization that era, because people were involved in labor in industries and factories and all. So they have a routine job. After that, the holiday concept came. Holiday means previously the holiday means that HOLLY day. Holiday means every religion, they have some holy dates. These are Sundays for Christians, or the Fridays for Muslims. Like all the religions are having special days designated as holy day. So that later become holiday, HOLIDAY now, holiday. So that holiday, when came into being, the people started traveling on the holidays for leisure. So that was the start of the tourism. Then tourism became another industry. In that industrialization era, tourism became another industry. The governments of the various countries, especially the developing countries, realized that tourism is another industry, contributing a major amount to the nation development and all. So that also boosted the tourism. Okay, so any kind of travel outside the usual environment of a person is can be regarded as a tourism or a travel for leisure purpose. Okay, there may be a overnight stay, or in the same day return. So both are coming under the tourism. And there were during that evolutionary process of the tourism, various forms of tourism came into being, like heritage tourism or pilgrim tourism, or uh, this medical tourism, sports tourism. So a recent one is the ecotourism, that is a nature-based tourism. So since it is a nature-based tourism, there should be a balance between three major components that is considered as the sustainability triangle. You people are having economics background, so you might be knowing it better. The economic, the sustainable triangle, that social, environment, and economic angles. So these three must be in a balanced manner. If a tourism practice which is having this balance between the social, environment, and economic, and it is nature based, we can call it as an ideal ecotourism practice. So that is the evolution of ecotourism. Actually, the ecotourism, we talked about ecotourism after 1990s only. And this nature conservation, the people participation for nature conservation and all, started discussion in the 1980s. And it was along with the environmental movements happened all over the world during that 1960s to 1970s and all. The Stockholm Convention in 1972, the on June 5th. After that, we celebrate as the World Environment Day. So after that Stockholm Convention and the 1972, several other conventions, the Convention on Biological Diversity, etc., everything happened in a series. Before that, in that 1960s, especially in India, after that Britishers, after independence, Britishers were, before that independence, Britishers were managing our forests, our ecosystem, our natural wealth in a, exploitation manner. But after that, we started in a conservation angle. Several activities we have initiated in a conservation angle. So we were having a thought of fence and protect, gun and guard system. That means that is why we are having the police type or military type uniform for the forest officials and all. We were gun and guard and fence and protect system we are following for our natural for protecting our natural wealth. But after that 1970s or 1980s, we were we started thinking about people's participation, especially the local people of the adjacent forest areas and all, should be part of managing the forest. Then only we can scientifically manage the forest or the natural the ecosystems. So during that 1980s, the 1988, we have that new forest policy. Still we are following the same forest policy, national forest policy 1988. It is also stressing the point of joint forest management or participatory forest management, people's participation in conservation activities and all. So in continuation to that, we had several programs, we have several discussions, seminars, everything about this ecotourism activities also. Okay, so this growing environmental concern along with the dissatisfaction with the mass tourism. People were involved in only in mass tourism. You know what is mass tourism? The large number of people are visiting in a short period of time a particular destination in a crowded form. So people were dissatisfied with that mass tourism. People were interested to go to the natural areas for their leisure purpose. So nature-based tourism came into being, and the less developed countries also realized that nature-based tourism is a means of revenue and an alternative for logging and agriculture. A significant amount of money can be, the revenue can be generated through these ecotourism practices. And in the mid 1980s, the less developed countries identified ecotourism as a means of achieving both the conservation and development goals. These two can be clubbed together through this ecotourism practice. So we will discuss in the coming slides. Is the slides moving? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the 1990s, all of you know this definition of ecotourism. This is a very beautiful definition given by the International Ecotourism Society. It's a single line definition, but this definition contains all the crux of the concept of what is an ecotourism. Ecotourism is a responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment and improves the well-being of the local people. This contains everything of what an ecotourism is. And there is a responsibility of the traveler to conserve the natural ecosystems. It is visitation to natural area. It's a nature-based tourism. It should conserve the environment. It should educate the the tourist about the importance of the that natural wealth, the importance of that ecosystem, the need for conserving that ecosystem, everything, and it improves the well-being of the local people. Whatever benefits are arising out of this ecotourism should benefit the local people. So this is what an ecotourism means. So there is a strong commitment of the tourist to nature and a sense of social responsibility, and all the activities of ecotourism must be ecologically sustainable, economically viable, socially acceptable, and should benefit the local community. If these four things are satisfied, then only we can call it as a true ecotourism practice. Okay, so ecotourism can raise environmental and cultural awareness among the tourists. Every ecotourism destination is having an interpretation center or education center for giving awareness about the importance of the natural wealth, and also it should be marketing, or it should benefit the local culture of that area. The people will be getting awareness about the local culture, the ethnic culture of the people of that area, their handicrafts, their products, everything. So the local people are also getting benefited, and such awareness is also given to the tourists. So the major benefits should be as I said, the environmental education and the revenue generation, especially to the implementing agency and also to the local people of that area. So the implementing agency, in most of the cases, the implementing agency is the forest department. In some areas, the tourism department, and the protected area justification means in protected area, as the name indicates, the area cannot be fully protected from the people. Means from the even the local people, without the participation of the local people, we cannot protect a protected area, a national park or a wildlife sanctuary. So the local people should be a part of that protection activity. Then only we can properly protect that area. So it creates a fence of the local people, the protection by the local people for that biological diversity of that area. And it should create, it is creating employment opportunities. Whatever tourism activities are happening in an ecotourism area, the trackers, the guides, the shops, the vendors, the the selling the handicraft items, the local made food items, everything. So that should be from the local people, by the local people. So it creates employment opportunities to the local people. Otherwise, they will be having, their livelihood is based on forest products. So they will be exploiting the increased demand. Because of the increased demand of forest resources, they will be exploiting the forest. So now they have an alternate employment because of this ecotourism activity. I will give you some success stories from Kerala. And another important, the benefit from ecotourism is the biodiversity maintenance and improvement. The tourism is having a negative, especially in the wildlife rich area, the wildlife sanctuaries or protected areas. There will be an impact that is there, but that can be minimized, and awareness can be created among the people for better biodiversity conservation. And also the local people, since they are getting income because of this tourism activity, they are very much interested in the biodiversity maintenance and biodiversity conservation of that area. So they are also very much concerned about this biodiversity conservation. So they work along with the forest department of in that area for better conservation of the biodiversity. And the visitor appreciation and visitor awareness, if 100 people are visiting an ecotourism site, if we can properly educate 10 out of them, that is the success of that ecotourism activity in that area. And there will be a cultural exchange. The people living in the cities in their busy schedule, if they are visiting a natural ecosystem, that the people living in that area, their culture, their traditions, their ceremonies, everything can be tasted. Their local food can be tasted. So there is a cultural exchange. So this altogether is the benefits, major benefits of ecotourism activity. And how we can practice a sustainable ecotourism. There are certain guidelines for a sustainable ecotourism. First of all, if there is an ecotourism activity, there will be demand by the people, by the tourists. Huge number of tourists may be arriving that area. Okay, so especially the most attractive places will be very much rich in biodiversity. That is the thing. So in order to control such crowding of the people, overcrowding of the people, that will negatively affect the biodiversity of the area. Environmental degradation may happen, pollution may happen. So we have to properly assess the carrying capacity, and we have to limit the number of tourists. Okay, this is what I think almost all the ecotourism sites are following this. In Kerala, we have, especially in all the ecotourism sites, we have properly studied this carrying capacity and allowing only that much. In, for example, Wayanad, you might have heard about Wayanad ecotourism. In Wayanad, there is a safari. Only this much people will be allowed. In the morning, the ticket will be issued, and if that number reaches, that ticket counter will be closed. Only that much people will be allowed to visit that area for this safari, wildlife safari and all. And the baseline environmental status should be established. We should know what all are the environmental features in that area, and what kind of degradation may happen if the tourism is happening in that area, how we can minimize that area. So such baseline informations and regarding the environment should be established, and degradation and pollution should be assessed. What is the extent of degradation happening? Since people are visiting in that natural area, that there will be a minimal impact. So it should be minimized. What extent this degradation or pollution is happening should be monitored, should be assessed, and development of a source of long-term financial stability for the conservation of the protected areas, maintenance of biological diversity, that should be given prime importance, because income generation or the financial stability of the local people. In most of the ecotourism site, they have the amount generated through this ecotourism activity is used. There is a core fund, revolving fund, such schemes are there. So the local people are getting loans from that, and the local needs can be met from that. So for long-term conservation practices, conservation process, the protected area and the local development activities, etc., there should be a provision for a financial stability. And the identification of tourism activities that should that are compatible with the area. We should not practice a tourism activity, an ecotourism activity that's incompatible with that area, severely affect the biodiversity of that area. Okay, a musical fountain in a very biodiversity rich area may be negatively impacting, or the noise creating such amphitheater like things, and such activities are not allowed in a very sensitive biodiversity rich area. So any kind of practice should be compatible with the destination, with that area. Okay, the establishment of standards of quality, the activities should cause at least the least damage to the ecosystem. You can use a pedal boat instead of a machine boat. If there is a boating in a lake, or in a inside a forest area, there may be a dam. So pedal boats instead of the fuel powered boats, such or bamboo rafts, such or battery powered vehicles. So such activities that cause least damage to the ecosystem can be followed. Establishment of programs for monitoring and revising ecotourism activities. There should be constant monitoring. For example, in the Periyar ecotourism in Kerala, there is a Periyar Foundation. They are monitoring this. And in Tenmala, there is an ecotourism activity in Tenmala, a very famous ecotourism activity. So there is an agency working, the monitoring, and they are properly they are continuously monitoring the ecotourism activity and revising the ecotourism activities in that area. So such facilities for monitoring should be there, and development of partnership with NGOs, especially the local communities. That is, a very crucial thing. The participation with the NGOs of that local area, especially the local communities of that area, that will help to strategize community-based ecotourism enterprises. We have in Kerala two systems, that is eco development committees and Vana Samrakshana Samitis. I think in other states are also having the same. It is a kind of participatory forest management system, the participatory or community-based ecotourism activities. The Vana Samrakshana Samitis and eco development committees. The difference is eco development committees are functioning in the protected areas, whereas Vana Samrakshana Samitis are functioning in the territorial areas or the forest areas where ecotourism is practicing, which are other than protected areas. Such area we have VSS or the Vana Samrakshana Samitis. So such involvement of the local people, right from the planning process to the implementing, to the monitoring, the management of that park, and the development program, further development activities, everything should be, the local people should be, should be involved in that kind of activities, along with the implementing agency, the forest department. Okay, and the visitor needs and the tourist market should be analyzed. Okay, it should focus on environmental, social, cultural, and the sustainability criteria. So what are the visitor needs in that area should be properly analyzed, and whatever needs there for the tourists, that should be given priority. And establishment of education, training, and research programs. An interpretation center is a must. The signboards, the awareness boards, the tourist guides with trained tourist guides, they can clearly explain the local natural history, the local natural wealth, the local culture of that area, especially they can explain to the tourists. Okay, and the management policies should be established which would help to minimize the environmental degradation. Okay, and that is statewide policies or the countrywide policies we have, and at local level, each park or the range office or the division, they can design their own management policies for practicing sustainable ecotourism in that area. And the government should enforce a legislative framework to regulate the tourism, trade, and industry that we have. We already have many policy framework, legal framework and all. And the major checks, controls, and institutional mechanisms needed for controlling the environmental impacts are sustainable design and environmental management, and everything, every activity should be designed in a sustainable manner. Okay, and there should be proper environmental impact assessment before starting each ecotourism activity, before starting each ecotourism package. Okay, there should be proper EIA. And in Tenmala, as I said, it's the first planned ecotourism in India. They have conducted beautiful environmental impact assessment studies. The Kerala Forest Research Institute, KFRI, was behind that EIA studies and all. Such EIA studies should be carried out. And the wildlife viewing and access restrictions must be there, means especially the feeding of the wildlife, that should be restricted. Okay, and disturbance to the wildlife should be minimized. And visitor education is a must. Zoning of the protected areas, zoning of that ecotourism destination. That means we can zone the protected area is having a general zoning, means the core area, the buffer area, and the tourist area. The outermost periphery is the tourist zone, and in between that outermost zone or the tourist zone and between the core zone, no human activities are allowed. In between this core zone and the outer periphery, the tourist zone, there should be a buffer zone that is acting as a sponge, to minimize the disturbance of the periphery region to the core region. So there should be a buffer. So that kind of zoning is the general zoning of a protected area. For especially for tourism program, we can identify several zones. In each zone, the suitable tourist activity can be recommended. So that is zoning. I will give you an example of the Tenmala ecotourism, where this zoning is successfully practicing. And visitation quota and fee, it must be there. Okay, there must be a fee from the visitor. That is the economic benefit. That is the base of economic benefit from the tourist activity, ecotourism activity. So coming to the one of the milestone in the ecotourism activity in the major protected areas or the ecotourism destinations in India was the India Eco Development Project. It was started in 1996, funded by the World Bank, implemented along through the government of India and government of Kerala. In Kerala, we have Periyar ecotourism, Periyar eco development activity. That was Kerala government was involved. So this program was initiated to conserve the biological diversity in 7 globally significant protected areas in India. In Kerala, the Periyar Tiger Reserve was one of the 7 these eco development activities, the eco development project implemented. And the total cost of the program was 29 crores. And there are several institutional mechanisms, institutional arrangements for the implementation of this project. There is a state level coordination committee and a protected area level implementation committee and regional coordination committee. And at the village level, there is a village, the eco development committees. We can call it as EDCs, as I said earlier. The eco development committees, that is the heart of this eco development project. Almost 40% of the total project outlay is just to fund the EDCs, okay, the eco development committees. So in Periyar Tiger Reserve, that is considered as the best eco development activity in the world. We can call it like that. Several foreign universities also conducted their studies in the Periyar, the success story of the Periyar eco development project. And in this development project in Periyar Tiger Reserve, the involvement of the local people in biodiversity conservation, it is considered as a management tool. It is implemented as a management tool, and this eco development can be considered as between these 2 extremes. In one extreme, we have to conserve the park, we have to conserve the tiger reserve. Okay, it's a very biodiversity rich ecosystem, the Periyar Tiger Reserve. That is the biggest protected area in Kerala, that having 777 kilometers square area. It is very rich in biodiversity. At the same time, there are several issues. At that time, there were several issues in Periyar Tiger Reserve. So along with this conservation of that area, we have to address the people's, the local community. There are 3-4 groups of tribal groups, the Mannans, Paniyans, like tribal groups are there. So they were not having such a cordial relation with the forest department. There is a always a clash between this forest department and these people, because these people, the tribal people of that area, were involved in their livelihood was related to the their livelihood is closely related to the forest. They were collecting several products from the forest. So in the later years, they started exploiting the forest. So they have to give an alternate job along with the conservation of that park. So that is the 2 extremes, the challenges in one side and the conservation in one side. Okay, so that is the co-development activity is considered as a Buddha's middle path. Means that it improves the capacity to manage the biodiversity, empowers the local community, and fosters the partnerships, and attempts a social fence around the protected areas. Finally, now the local people of that area is now the conservator of that area. The poachers became conservators, protectors, or the exploiters became the protectors of that forest area. That is the success story of eco development activity in Periyar Tiger Reserve. So this Periyar Tiger Reserve is a very biodiversity rich area. As I said, it comes in the Western Ghats, one of the biodiversity hotspots in the world, and it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And this Periyar Tiger Reserve is the most visited protected area in India, and bagged the title of the best managed tiger reserve among the 50 tiger reserves in the country. It stands first by the National Tiger Conservation Authority. Okay, and this community-based ecotourism program, that is eco-development activity, is having several dimensions, in which what we have practiced in Periyar Tiger Reserve is the community-based ecotourism program. Okay, so there were several issues related to the Periyar Tiger Reserve. The park protection was a challenge, and the visitor satisfaction was very low because of the the involvement of the local people was not satisfactory at that time, and heavy dependence on forest by the local people. There is a very good population of the forest people, the local people. They were having, directly, they were, some of them were poachers, they were smugglers, they were smuggling the sandalwood, and, there is a vayana, cinnamon tree, the bark of the cinnamon tree. There was a vayana collectors, a group of people. So they were involved in illegal activities in that area. So those were the issues. And also the Shabarimala pilgrim site is situated in the interior core area of the Periyar Tiger Reserve. So in that, within a short period of time, within 2 months, there is more than 50 lakh of people visiting that area, pilgrimage. The people from the, especially from the southern states of India, the people were, a crowd was visiting in that area. So that is also having several impacts on the park. So properly managing all this, there were several approaches, like local people, after this eco development program, this community, or through this community based ecotourism program, local people involved in the ecotourism activities, the protection oriented programs implemented, and the benefits shared with them. So that was the approach of this community based ecotourism program. And the major impacts was very much, positive impacts were there. The park protection strengthened, the generation of sizable money from the community welfare, and excellent interpretation on park values. So the main thing is the transformation of the poachers to protectors, because the poachers, there were people, they were going into the core area of the forest, they were hunting the wild animals, they were collecting the various forest products, they were involved in illegal activities and all. So what the forest department did is, while implementing these eco development activities, this community based ecotourism, they have contacted all these people. There were almost 23 people having several cases. So the forest department asked them whether they can help in the ecotourism activity of that park. So they agreed in, the forest department withdrew all the cases. Okay, all the cases were withdrew by the forest department, and they have involved in this forest, this ecotourism activity. They got alternate employment, they got a better life. So the poachers became the protectors of that area. That was the milestone in the success story of Periyar Tiger Reserve. So there are several EDCs formed, eco-development committees formed, and the Periyar Tiger Reserve is having several ecotourism activities now. The Bamboo Grove, for example, it's a camping program in the interior, in the forest area, camping program. It is run by the eco-development committee called PETS. That means Periyar Tiger Samrakshan. That is the PETS. That is a group of 70 members who were early, employed in the forest department as watchers. Okay, so they were given the charge of this Bamboo Grove activity. They were cooking food for the people. They were taking these people to the for natural trail for trekking, etc. So they have got an alternate job for this. And another thing is the Jungle Inn. That is another camping program, again run by the PETS EDC. As I said, Periyar Periyar Tiger Samrakshan. So here one can experience the natural calmness and tranquility of in a piece of this camping inside the forest, in the interior forest. There are several huts like this. The people can stay in that, and it is also managed by the EDC, the Eco-Development Committee called PETS. And another program is the Jungle Camp. That is again a camping program. It's tended camps. Almost 15 tended camps are there. That is a temporarily erected like structure inside the forest. Again, several people, again the PETS EDC are involved in this, managing this tended camps, the jungle camp. So the tourist who avails this package can opt for safari, trekking, and boating at Periyar Lake. And the package includes the meals, trekking, the Gavi safari, Gavi tourist station in the nearby area, and boating in the Tekadi lake. It's the Mullaperiyar Lake. The Periyar River in 1895, a dam was constructed, and it is now considered as Periyar Lake. It is almost 200. Excuse me.
Please mute yourself. Participants, please mute yourself.
Okay.
Sir?
So another thing, another ecotourism practice in Periyar is the border hiking, and the EDC involved in this is the Tribal Heritage EDC, and there are several EDCs. VDL EDC is another EDC. So the people of that area, VDL, and the Tribal Heritage EDC members, they are managing this border hiking. It's a hard trekking. It's a full day trekking activity along the border of the Periyar Tiger Reserve. So the people can watch wildlife, the interior, the core area can be visited. So such activities are there. So previously these people, these EDC members were involved in this firewood collection and agriculture, the collection of medicinal plants and all from the interior forest, etc. So now they have employed in this eco-development activity, this ecotourism activity, border hiking, and bamboo rafting. Bamboo rafting is a very sustainable practice because it closely, it's a very natural kind of practice. Instead of that machine boats, they are using the bamboo rafts. Actually, this is run by an EDC called ex-Vayana EDC. Ex-Vayana means, as I said, is the cinnamon tree. Vayana, cinnamon tree. It's a spice, cinnamon. That tree, the bark of that tree is removed and dried in the sunlight, and it is used in food items. It is used in medicinal industry, cosmetic industry, etc. So this Vayana collection, there were several people involved in this Vayana collection. What the problem is, if the entire bark or in a circular manner, if the tree bark is removed, that tree will die. That is the thing. So when the Vayana demand increased in the external market, they started exploiting, collecting more Vayana, and that is destroying the trees, the cinnamon trees. So they were doing that illegal activity of Vayana collection. So what forest department did is the same job. They were moving in the bamboo raft. Okay, they were moving to the forest in the bamboo raft through this lake, and they were collecting the Vayana, the medicinal plants and all, and they were taking that to the outside the forest, and they were selling it to the people in the market. And there were several middlemen. They were exploiting actually these people. They were getting very less amount of money, and such exploitation was happening before. So what forest department did is these Vayana collectors were given an alternate job. Means you do the same thing. You do bamboo rafting, but along with the tourists. Okay. So the ex-Vayana collectors EDC was formed, and this bamboo rafting activity is given to this EDC, and they were getting money from that job. And it is also a patrolling activity. Means they will be taking the tourist to the along with the bank of that lake, so that the people can view, watch the wildlife of that area, especially the gaur, elephants, and all. That can be the people can watch. The bird watching is there. So such kind of activities are there. Along with that activity, wildlife monitoring is also happening. That is the advantage. So biodiversity monitoring and this illegal collection was stopped. The the destructors became conservators. So these are all the positive impacts of this bamboo rafting activity by the ex-Vayana EDC members. And there is another activity called the green walk. It is done by the tribal heritage EDC. It's a soft trucking program, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. A maximum of 6% can be taken. And these EDC members are very well trained. Now, those EDC members, these guides, tourist guides, they can fluently speak English. They can fluently English, German, such foreign languages they are speaking with this interaction with these foreign people. So such, and also they can identify the birds. They can identify, even they know the English common names of the birds, butterflies, the trees, etc. So such capacity building happened, and this is managed by this tribal heritage EDC, this green walk. And nature walk is another, in the same way. It's a very soft trekking, means a 3-hour duration. And again, the tribal trackers EDC is involved in this. The same thing. They are very much trained. These people, these guides are very, very well trained to explain the natural and local cultural aspects of the park. So that is the nature walk. And the jungle scout, it's again the PEX EDC. This jungle scout, it's a night trekking in the Sandal region. This was practiced. This is practicing by the help of some members of the PEX EDC. Earlier, these members were involved in several crimes of these sandal smuggling. So they know every nook and cranny of the forest, okay, the interior forest, especially in the night. They are very well trained. They are very much experienced how the interior forest will be in the night, what kind of protection measures can be taken. Such information they know. So the forest department asked them to carry out this kind of practice, this particular practice of ecotourism, the jungle scout. The tourists will be taken in the night, and the entire night, it's a night patrolling activity. So there are two advantages. One thing is taking the tourist to the interior forest in the night, and the other thing is other the sandal smuggling or such activities, such offenders will not be there because of this presence of these people. Okay, so it's a night patrolling activity along with this tourism activity. So those people got an alternate job for what they are doing illegally in the previous time. So that is the jungle scout. It's a night truck in the Sandal region, and Periyar Tiger Trail along with again these ex-Payana collectors. They know the interior forest. So trucking, it's a hard truck actually. Trucking to the interior forest, watching the wildlife. So camping there, maybe for an overnight camping and returning back. So that is what this kind of practice, a Periyar Tiger Trail, and it is managed by the ex-Vayana EDC. And tribal dance, this is exhibition of their culture, their dance forms, their art forms. Okay, so otherwise these will not be practicing because then the new generation is not interested in these kind of activities. But now what because of this practice they are getting money, so it is now their need to conserve this or to without eroding this culture. Protecting this culture is their requirement, so they are following this, and that it's a ecotourism product actually, the tribal art performance. And there is a SAP EDC, Shabarimala Swami Ayyappa Punaruddhana Pungamana Punaruddhana EDC. That is the full form. The Swami Ayyappa Pungavana Punaruddhana EDC. That means in that, as I said, the Shabarimala pilgrim location, that Shabarimala is located in the core area of the Periyar Tiger Reserve, and within a short period of time, 1 to 2 months, almost a crore of people are visiting that area. So they are going to the interior forest. This much people are going to the interior forest. There were several pollution, and the Pamba river is there. River pollution was happening. The plastic pollution was happening. There were vendors from outside. The hotel was run by outside. Earlier the people were outside. People were practicing all this. Now these EDC members are doing a very wonderful job. They are controlling the pollution in that area. During this particular season, they are very much active, and they are helping these pilgrim people, and they are this particular EDC received the Indira Priyadarshini Award for pollution management, managing the pollution, minimizing the pollution in that area. They have conducted several activities that was bagged an award by the prestigious Indira Priyadarshini Award. So such activities are also there by the eco-development committees. So the major benefits of this community-based ecotourism are strengthen the protection of the park, increased manpower for the protection of the park, improved livelihood benefits to the community, reduced the pressure on the forest, improved detection of the illegal activities, improved conservation awareness, more documentation of the wildlife sightings, improved cleanliness of the reserve, etc., etc. So there are several awards received, almost 23 awards, I think, globally reputed awards and nationally reputed awards were received by the Periyar Eco Development Program, and that is considered to be the classical eco development program in the world. And another thing is another very success story, the story of this again with the sustainable ecotourism practice is Tenmala ecotourism in Kerala. This is believed to be the first planned ecotourism in India. Okay, it's predominantly a forest area. The Tenmala is a small village located at the foothills of the Western Ghats, and it is just 72 kilometers away from the state capital Thiruvananthapuram. And the name indicates Ten in Malayalam means honey, and Mala means the hill. So Tenmala means honey hill. So that is the vernacular name that Tenmala means. And the Tenmala Ecotourism Promotion Society, TEPS, that is the agency behind this success story of Tenmala Ecotourism. So they have this organization under the administrative control of the Department of Tourism in the government of Kerala. It was established in 1998, and they are controlling these or promoting the ecotourism activities in Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, Pathanamthitta districts of the Department of Tourism, for the Department of Tourism in government of Kerala. Okay, so these steps Tenmala Ecotourism Promotion Society has came up with several plans for community-based ecotourism practice, sustainable ecotourism practice. There are several activities, and this is believed to be the first planned ecotourism in India. And because the environmental impact assessment was properly studied before implementing the ecotourism activity in that area. Okay, it was done by the Kerala Forest Research Institute, and regular monitoring is there by the TEPS. Regular monitoring is there, and the tourism improvement activities are happening regularly, and using several sustainable practices in that area, like battery powered vehicles, use of solar lamps, and there is vermicomposting by the local people. So there are several activities for the better management of the area. And the most important thing is the zoning of the that area. Okay, they have made several zones. That area was the ecotourism activity was designed in a zonal basis. It means a particular zone is having a particular kind of activities, and in another zone that activity suitable to that area is practiced. Such zoning was the first time in I think in Kerala or in India, that particular zoning practice was the first time practiced in Tenmala. So there are well-placed signboards, direction pointers, and information boards, and the area is divided into, as I said, different zones. At present, there are three main zones: the culture zone, leisure zone, and adventure zone. Okay, so this is the outline of that area. The cultural zone, which is having some activities like supporting the cultural aspects of that area, exhibiting the cultural aspects of that area. The adventure zone is having adventurous activities, and the leisure zone is there. One can spend their leisure time in a very calm and quiet atmosphere. So besides that, there is a deer park, there is a boating in the dam, etc., etc. So this visitor site planning is very crucial for a sustainable practice. Okay, especially in a highly biodiversity rich area. Okay, there should be minimal impact of visitor use and infrastructure development. Every constructional activity should be that environment friendly, especially to that particular area. Okay, and one of the zone is the culture zone, and this culture zone is entirely dedicated to exhibit the culture and tradition of Kerala to the outside world. The people, the tourists visiting at that area can taste the cuisine of Kerala, or the art forms of the Kerala. So such the culture zone holds various activities and events which is in favor of the eco-friendly, the general tourism. And the zone has a restaurant, a selling outlet, there is an amphitheater, etc., which plays a major role in helping the tourist to understand the Kerala lifestyle. And an open air musical dancing fountain, which is considered as nature dance, is another major attraction here. So that is the cultural zone. And so this is that musical fountain in that area. It's a very beautiful, very attractive fountain. And another thing is the leisure zone. One can spend their leisure time in a very calm and very relaxing mood. This zone is a forest garden, a natural garden, forest garden, It's not an artificial thing. It's a natural garden, but there are some constructions like a walkway, the pathways of forest garden takes the visitor to a sculptured garden. There are several sculptures made that is called a sculptured garden. A walk through the riverside walkway, you can see in the picture, that riverside walkway. There is a suspension bridge across the river, a hanging bridge across the river. So such tourist attractions are there in the leisure zone. And in the adventure zone, there are several adventurous activities. This zone is entirely for the adventure lovers. Okay, the activities in this zone include an elevated walkway. There is a canopy walk on top of the trees. A walkway is constructed. I can show you the picture. And the mountain biking, rock climbing, river crossing, nature trails, and also along with these adventurous activities, there are resting spots and a lotus pond, etc. This is the elevated walkway, canopy walk on top of the trees or along the canopy. You can walk, and this is another view of the canopy walk. So again, this is a very wonderful, beautifully managed ecotourism activity, which is again backed with several awards and recognitions like National Tourism Award for the most eco-friendly tourism organization in Kerala, and National Tourism Award, the category of best tourism practice, and United Nations WTO selected as one of the 64 best practice from 47 countries for the sustainable development of ecotourism. Okay, the people's participation is there. That is the very basics of Tenmala ecotourism activity. Okay, and the Pacific Asia Travel Association, the gold award was awarded in 2003-2004 for the category of environmental ecotourism, and for the travel related, environmental ecotourism and travel related prize was awarded. Okay, so that's all about the sustainable practices of ecotourism, and I have given you some of the success stories from Kerala. That's all about the session, and you can check these websites: tenmalaecotourism.com and periyartigerreserve.org and forest.kerala.gov.in. And I welcome all of you to Kerala for this, and you can enjoy these tourism destinations. Thank you.
For your interesting, okay. Thank you, sir, for your interesting, informative, and excellent lecture. Or better to say, interaction or talk. So, any queries is there, then participants you can ask. Participant, you can unmute and ask if you are having any query.
Any one of you know this picture in this last slide? This picture, it's a very famous destination.
Waterfall.
Yeah, it's Adirapalli Waterfalls. It's a very beautiful place. You might have seen in many films in the Bahubali that in Ravan.
Any other questions from participants?
Participants, any question? You can unmute and ask. Okay, I think there is no any query because this session or talk is very much clear and very much, you can say, it is very excellent. We don't have any query. I am trying to find out one or two query, but cannot. Thank you, sir. So, formally, I am going to present vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. We are really grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation to grace the occasion and to interact with participant on this important or burning topic, that is the ecotourism and sustainable development. And it is in the accordance with the United Nations Sustainable Goals, which are set by United Nations. There are 17 sustainable goals. Your presentation and interaction were really excellent, sir. Again and again, I am saying, because really it is worthy, and added more information and awareness about different aspects of conservation and ecotourism to our wisdom. There are few, or I can say there are number of takeaways, but I am going to talk only about 4 takeaways. The first one is you lucidly explain the travel, tourism, and ecotourism and how the evolution of ecotourism occurs. The second one is uh, a good case study. A good case study always positively influence the other authorities to think about and go for the betterment and the further evolution. The second one is ecotourism. Third one, sorry. Ecotourism can play a tool for the nation integration with the help of cultural exchange. And the fourth one, I would like to mention that local people participation is must for the conservation of nature and natural resources. And thank you, sir, again for this interesting talk, or we can say interaction. Then,
Okay, thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Sujeta Joshi and Dr. Geeta. They were constantly in touch with me, and I thank all the authorities of the UPS college.
thank you, sir. For
Okay.
further announcement and proceeding, I am handing over to Geeta Madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Fazil sir, for excellent presentation. For the audience, we will break for 2 minutes and we will join for Mr. Sanjay Karkari's lecture. Good morning, sir. I can see you in the participants list. We'll just break for 2 minutes and we would start with your presentation.
Okay.
Karkari, sir.
Yeah.
I request all the participants to please switch on the videos so that we can take a picture. Thank you, everyone. Karkare sir, I'll make you co-host so that you can share your presentation. We have a 5 minutes break.
I am not hearing the voice from your side.
Yes, sir, you said something. Sir, I've made you co-host.
A very good morning to all. Welcome back to the technical session 6. In this session, we have with us Sanjay Karkare sir, who is an Assistant Director, Bombay Natural History Society, Nagpur, Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. We are glad to have you with us this morning. Sanjay sir is in charge of the Satpura Landscape Tiger Partnership, that is SLTP, Conservation Education and Community Sustainability Unit. This is a landscape level conservation program with multiple partners and is supported by Born Free Foundation, Wild Crew, Share and Care Foundation, Varna Neste Foundation, Tata Steel, National Payment Corporation of India, and few other individual donors. The purpose of this program is to address the tiger conservation issues in the Satpura landscape, which is the world's second largest unified tiger landscape encompassing about 8 tiger reserves and 5 sanctuaries. Sir's work covers the whole landscape through the education unit. To highlight on his work, Sir has been generating people's support for tiger conservation through creating environmental awareness amongst the local community in the fringe villages of protected areas. He has been empowering and engaging women groups in natural resource conservation. Sir has organized several sustained long-term training and capacity building programs for students, teachers, youth, women, and field staff of the Forest Department and tour guides. Sir has also developed a profound understanding of the values of forest and their produce, as well as tiger and other wildlife, and have raised environmental awareness on issues-based conservation. His achievements, professional achievements, to talk about that, he has established the SLTP Mobile Education Unit, and which is considered as an extension unit of various protected areas management regimes. He has also created environment awareness amongst more than 50,000 students since 2005, and highly commendable, sir. Able to establish several linkages between the local communities and various government departments. Sir has received funding from government agencies to conduct awareness activities. He has repaired more than 900 defunct biogas plants around the tiger reserve with the funds from the Forest Department. And in his leisure time, he is a wildlife photographer and have arranged many wildlife photography exhibitions. Sir has also attended basic mountaineering course, Himalayan Mountaineering Institute, Darjeeling, West Bengal, in mountaineering institutes, and he is also into he has also attended many ornithology conferences, wildlife seminars, environment education workshop, COP 11 at Hyderabad. Sir, it's my proud privilege to invite you to deliver a talk in this technical session of the webinar, and the topic of today's talk is Ecotourism to Tiger Tourism. Over to you, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir. Stop share, madam. Stop share. Sir, you have been made the co-host. You may kindly share the screen. Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible and you are
Okay.
audible.
I am not hearing from your side. Good morning, all the participated students as well as respected teachers. I am Sanjay Karkare, Assistant Director of Bombay Natural History Society. I am based in Nagpur since last 16 years. Bombay Natural History Society's Nagpur office is working especially on conservation education program in these Vidarbha landscapes. You all know that in the Vidarbha landscape, there are many protected areas connected with the tiger reserves. Out of 6 tiger reserves, 5 tiger reserves are in this central Indian landscapes or eastern Vidarbha landscape, we call it. So we have very fantastic forest, ample wildlife, and very fantastic diversity in this area, particularly in the Vidarbha landscape. Actually, I am not directly linked with the tourism activities because we are mostly linked with the community regarding the sensitization activity. We are working from Nagpur Raj Bhavan to Chandrapur district rural area. So we have varied activities from city kids to the rural kids, which is attached to the tiger reserve or the periphery of the tiger reserve. You can see that in Vidarbha landscape, I already told that there are 5 tiger reserves, and many people, the local community depends on the forest for their daily sustenance. So mostly we are working on the resource collection, understanding the resource collection pattern, how the community depend on the these resources, their economy, and especially the conflict regarding the tiger. You all aware that particularly in Chandrapur district, in the last year in 2021, there were around 44 human deaths from the big carnivora. So it is a very critical situation in the in these landscapes from the tiger point of view. Means we all are mostly tiger friends. We love this animal, big cats, but from the community point of view, it's a very critical situation from the specifically this big cat. So I'm working on that. We are working on that, and we are concentrating this particularly the resource collection pattern. But in this presentation, I'm talking about the overall scenario and especially the tiger benefit. We call it the livelihood, the tiger as a livelihood in this scenario. So I'm presenting my presentation here. You all know that in Sanskrit, Paryatan is a very commonly word used in our language. It's a Paryatan. Then there is a Deshatan. It's another word used for the traveling. And third word, that is the old version of this tourism, that is Tirthatan. That is mostly the religious purpose. So there are, in a broad sense, the Paryatan, Deshatan, and Tirthatan is 3 words which are used in this tourism or in this scenario. From my point of view, there are few tourism concepts. There are few tourism concepts. There are the heritage tourism or cultural tourism. That means we visited the famous places, forts, etc. Then there is another tourism, that is Tirthatan, mostly related to the religious places, mandir, tomb, or gurudwara, whatever in our country, we visit that place and we enjoyed the different cultural scenario in this particular this tourism. Another one is adventure tourism. From particularly Himalaya to the northeast India or in the southern India, we visited these specific places for adventure tourism. From mountaineering, from river rafting, or any other. There are many adventure tourism, rock climbing, rock climbing to rappelling, or these activities are incorporated in this adventure tourism. This is another typical very new concept regarding the medical tourism. Particularly, I'm staying in the Nagpur, and from medical point of view, Nagpur it's a hub of medical tourism. Means there are many places. The Miraj is also one of the example in the Maharashtra that medical tourism is a boom in the particular area, and Nagpur is also famous for this medical tourism. Means many, particularly foreigners or the rich people, come here, they stay, they get the proper medical attention from their hospitals, and that sort of tourism is also popular nowadays in many big cities and many places in India also. So this is a broad sense. This is another very important tourism, that is ecotourism, or what we call is nature tourism. So in this tourism, mostly the ecotourism is a form of tourism involving visiting fragile, pristine area. This is particularly from southern India to northeast India, or in the Himalaya area. There is many places regarding this ecotourism. Then seashores, then many, in particularly in the Western Ghats, in the central India, or many places, this type of tourism, ecotourism, is flourished from the last decade. But in this concept, it means responsible travel to the natural area, and conserving this environmental is a very important things. So and most important is this ecotourism or nature tourism is related to the it's mostly related to the local people. Means local people get the benefit from this tourism, and they get their livelihood, their sustain on that particular tourism. So I am more concerned about this ecotourism. In recent times, nature-based tourism or ecotourism have been recognized as important drivers for sustainable development. That is in the Rio conference by the United Nations. It is accepted by this nature-based tourism. It is also recognized as a responsible. Responsible is a very important word here. Means you can understand the overall situation, do not disturb the nature, or you can calmly stay in the nature, enjoy the nature, birds, wildlife, and many other things. So it's also recognized as responsible tourism or ecotourism. Is not only nature-friendly industry, but also drivers for income generation reaching remote area. Income generation is the most important things. I will explain in later on slides. From ecotourism, or nature or wildlife tourism, I'm more concerned about the tiger tourism. This is again a new concept, tiger tourism. And if we can see that there are more than 51 tiger reserves in this our India. Despite the richness and the uniqueness in the nature and wildlife conservation, nature and wildlife tourism remain one of the most neglected sector. In recent times, in this last decade, this tiger tourism is again flourish, or in a systematic way, it's going to the flourish in the central Indian landscapes, or where the tiger sighting is very common. So the founder of the project Tiger, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, when in 72-73, when the tiger reserve established, there are 2-3 goals by the task force. They mentioned that ensuring maintenance of the viable population of the tigers, economic, aesthetic, cultural, and ecological importance it mentions in that particular task force, and preserve for all the times areas such as biological as well as national heritage of the benefit of the education and enjoyment of the people. So this tiger tourism, or tiger tourism is very important in the recent past, and many people are visiting this tiger reserve and mostly enjoying the wildlife as well as the sighting of the tiger, this big cat. So But I can say this is a more tiger-centric tourism. Though there are more than 100 national parks and more than 500 wildlife sanctuaries in India, and there are 51 tiger reserves in India. When we considering the percentage of the PA's area as overall the geographical area of India, only 3 to 4% of the area is covered under this tiger reserve. But most of the tourism, means particularly this tourism, that is tiger centric tourism in all the states, particularly Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, all these particularly the tiger bearing states has been largely tiger centric. This is again a concern. I will talk later on, particularly the tiger centric tourism. The tiger is one of the world's most popular animal and throughout the world, and the most of the travelers across the globe to see these big cats. Particularly the big cat is absent in the America, Australia, Europe. So if you want to see a tiger in the wild, so visit India. This is the one of the common word, and particularly Madhya Pradesh is very much in this tiger tourism activities, Madhya Pradesh, because there is a maximum tiger numbers in the Madhya Pradesh, that is in the number one in all over India. And mostly the Madhya Pradesh government actually they sell the tiger in the world. And this is the best example, particularly in Madhya Pradesh, that they invite the foreign tourists to come and see these big cats. So this is again a different scenario, mostly regarding the tiger-centric tourism. When we talk about our state, Maharashtra, there are 6 tiger reserves in our area. Only one tiger reserve, that is Sahyadri Tiger Reserve in Kolhapur, Sangli and Satara district. And the rest of the tiger reserves, particularly from Melghat, that is in Amravati district, then Tadobandari Tiger Reserve, one of the world famous tiger reserves, that is in Chandrapur district, then Navegaon Nagzira Tiger Reserve, that is again in Gondi and Bhandara districts, and the smallest tiger reserve, that is Bor Tiger Reserve in Wardha or in Nagpur districts. So all these 6 tiger reserve, their area, means Melghat Tiger Reserve is the biggest one, that is more than 2,000 square kilometer area, and the Bor Tiger Reserve is the smallest tiger reserve, that is 138 square kilometer, smallest tiger reserve in Maharashtra as well as in India. When we considering these tiger reserve and their area, so from the NTCA, National Tiger Conservation Authority point of view, it is called as a tiger reserve, managing overall tiger reserve from the central government point of view. So this National Tiger Conservation Authority said that the size of tiger reserve must be around 800 square kilometer. This is regarding the viable population of tigers, means around 8 to 10 to 20 tigers are residing in these particularly 800 square kilometer area. This is the ideal space for good tiger reserve. But as such, I am talking about the Bor Tiger Reserve. It's one of the smallest tiger reserves, but it acts as a corridors, or it's the stepping stones of tiger reserve. So Navegaon or Tadoba or Penj or even Melghat, it's act as a though it is act as a it's a big tiger reserve, but it's also act as a stepping stones for the corridor activities regarding the movement of the tiger. So we can see the tourism point of view. Particularly, I am talking about the Melghat Tiger Reserve. This is the one of the oldest tiger reserve, established in 1972-73, and I can procure this information from the Forest Department. And this is the revenue from the last 3 years. The 2020, 21 and 22 is a COVID situation scenario in all this tiger reserve. So there is no asset tourism activity. But in the last from 2017 onwards, we can see the tourist flow in this tiger reserve. So 54,000 to 1,13,000 tourist flow in this tiger reserve. So and the revenue is also mentioned that more than 1 crore or 1.75 crores are the income for the forest department from the tourist flow of this tiger reserve. So this is one of the best tiger reserve, and it's a very beautiful undulating area. The Satpura mountains, along with the very beautiful water streams, rivers, waterfalls, and this is one of the best tiger reserve and oldest tiger reserve in Maharashtra. This is in Amravati district, and the one of the famous hill station, that is Chikhaldara hill station, is in this landscape. And in the recent past, many villages from this tiger reserves are relocated, and the invalid space is created for specifically for the wildlife, for the big cats as well as the other herbivora. So this is one of the best tiger reserve, and the footfalls of the revenue as well as tourist is mentioned in this picture. So one of the famous tiger reserve, that is Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve. This is one of the famous tiger reserve in world. And again, I mentioned that our tourism activities, like not from the overall wildlife view, it's a more of a tiger centric. And this is the one of the best place in Maharashtra or India to see a wild tigers in open area. So we are mostly working on this landscape. So we closely monitor the overall activities, and you can see the revenue in 2019-20, around 14 crores rupees recovered or get the forest department from this tourism activities, and more than 2 lakh people visited this tiger reserve, and the footfalls of the tourist flow is mentioned from 1,66,000 to more than 2 lakh tourists per year in this particular famous tiger reserve. The another one is a Pench Tiger Reserve. This is in again in Tadoba, Nagpur and Nagpur district, and this tiger reserve is attached to the Pench side of Madhya Pradesh. There is another tiger reserve from Madhya Pradesh side. It is also known as a Pench Tiger Reserve or Indira Priyadarshini National Park, what we call it. And this is one of the beautiful landscape area with this beautiful picture is from Totlado Reservoir. It is a main reservoir in this tiger reserve. And here also there is a particularly good revenue forest department get from this tiger reserve, more than 3 crore rupees collected from this tourism activities in 2019-20. So there another, this is Sahyadri Tiger Reserve. This tiger reserve in particularly in Kolhapur, Sangli, Satara district. Koina Wildlife Sanctuary, Chandoli National Park covers this beautiful Sahyadri landscape tiger reserve. In this landscape, the tiger number is very low, but from the scenic point of view, from forest point of view, from botanical point of view, and lesser known species, particularly amphibians, snakes, reptiles, this is the one of the finest area or national park or tiger reserve from Sahyadri landscape. So here also around 25,000 visitors are there. Is no as such tourism facility in this tiger reserve because this is very undulating and very steep climb area or very hilly area. So particularly the gypsy or the vehicle movement is very difficult in this area. So the footfall of the tourist is limited to the more of a from trekking point of view or scenic point of view or waterfall point of view. So this is the another best example, but from the not from the tiger centric point of view, it's from the another centric, particularly lesser known flora and fauna. So I'm talking about the now Navegaon Nagzira Tiger Reserve. This is again established in 2014, and this is also a good tiger reserve. Means from Navegaon Nagzira, there are 2 sanctuaries, then Koka, then New Nagzira and New Navegaon Park, and Navegao National Park incorporated in this more than 1,000 square kilometer landscape of this Navegao Naxira Tiger Reserve. This landscape attached to the Madhya Pradesh side of the area, and the tiger movement. There is a corridor between this Navegao Naxira to Kana area. So there is a regular tiger movement in this corridor is seen from the last 15 years. So revenue is also moderate, not that much area. The tiger sighting is not that much common, and there are 8 to 12 tigers reside in this particular tiger reserve. So this is another 6 tiger reserve, that is Bor Tiger Reserve. This is the smallest tiger reserve I told you. This is in Wardha as well as in Nagpur district. In 1917, if you can see the footfalls of the tourists, it's a decreasing from 17,000 to 6,016, more than 6,000. And in 2020-21, due to this corona, again it's reduced to 5,000. So this tiger reserve is very beautiful, small area with a good herbivore population. But again, the tiger number is 6 to 8 tigers in this specific tiger reserve. And mostly I told regarding the stepping stone, means jumping of this area to the other area. It's connected to the Tadoba landscape, it's connected to the Navegao, and one side is connected to the Melghat Tiger Reserve. So this tiger reserve is good potential, but the tourist flow is reducing day by day. So it is, I told regarding the tiger-centric tourism, because no tiger sighting, so less tourists. This is the very common picture throughout the India. This is not a tiger reserve, but you can see that tourist flow flourish, not flourish, but in 2021, it's more than 25,000. So this is a small sanctuary in Nagpur district, established in 2014-15. But this is very famous for the tiger darshan. You can see that this is when we compare to the Bor Tiger Reserve, this is more than good number of tourist footfall you can see here. And you can see that the revenue is also, but there is no as such graph or specifically, because in 2018-19 the revenue is 14 lakh, but again in 2019-20 42 lakh revenue received by the forest department. I am talking about the tiger centric tourism. In this landscape, the picture of this famous tiger, that is Jay, it's called Jay, is one of the biggest male tiger in central India. So from Sachin Tendulkar to Kumble to most famous actor, actress, sports stars or visited this small sanctuary in the Nagpur district and see the beauty of particularly this large carnivora. So again, this tiger-centric tourism is very strongly adopted by the tourists. They visited particularly this area. Means Tadoba is a different thing, but from this small sanctuary, hardly 150 square kilometer sanctuary from the Nagpur district, this is again famous for this tiger sighting. And recently there is a one tigress along with the 5 cubs. 5 cubs is a rare sight. So this tigress is with carrying 5 cubs. She rearing these 5 cubs very easily, and so this particularly gate is booked till June 30th. So this is the way overall the tiger centric tourism visited and understand, and particularly due to this WhatsApp and Facebook and this specific this medium or media, you can see the picture of tiger or the what you see in the jungle safari. It's fraction of seconds it release and it's seen overall India. So particularly this medium acts very strongly as to attract tourists or to know the where tiger sighting is easy or it's a very difficult. So there are particularly from this Ranthambore, that is in the Rajasthan, then another tiger reserve in Bandhavgarh, then Kanha, and a few tiger reserves from central India, Pench, as well as in Tadoba. There are many groups, particularly this wildlife or tiger-centric groups. They posted these pictures on these groups, and everyone knows about the situation or the tiger sighting in this particular landscape. So it is easily understand that particular this tiger location or their sighting or their daily records, their names and their female, their breeding activities, their mating activities, and what all this information is on particularly this platform. So this tiger centric tourism is very I say from conservation point of view, it is again it's a critical, but again local people are getting benefit from this one of the best, or it is one of the charismatic animal from our India. So I'm coming to the livelihood options, and tiger the best livelihood option from my point of view, because I'm closely associated with these stakeholders, particularly the guides. I'm regularly conducting the guide trainings for these local who are aware of the nature, wildlife, but they never link with the this wildlife link with each other, particularly from the conservation point of view. So when we're talking about this 6 tiger reserve, there are more than 1,000 guides deployed in all these tiger reserve, and these local guides are 100% local from the fringe villages of this tiger reserve. So they are earning a lot of money. I am talking later on this topic, and they get a good amount of remuneration from tourists. They are attached to the forest department or tiger reserve. They deployed by the tiger reserve, and there is a regular monitoring and regular upgradation of these guides and regular trainings conducted by various organizations, including me. So they know the how to handle the tourist, how to behave with the tourist, etiquettes, manners, and the most important things is particularly the information, the perfect information regarding the biodiversity, the plant, the butterflies, and the frogs, then lesser known animals, the herbivora, and the last, the most important is the big carnivora. So there is a regular interaction with these people from this overall tiger reserve. The another one is gypsy driver. They also attached to this gypsy. So in overall, I'm talking about the picture is from the Tadoba landscape, and around more than 300 gypsies are in Tadoba at all 20 gates. So there are 20 gates. I'm talking later on this, but there are 20 gates for the tourists in this Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve, and most of the guides as well as the gypsy driver are from the local area. They get a good amount of remuneration or a payment from this tourist. So this is a gypsy driver. Another important component is resorts, and particularly homestay resorts, and from Tiger Reserve as well as from the local, or homestays are local, and there are many big shots are have their own resorts overall in every landscapes. From Sahyadri to the Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve, there are many resources, and they are mostly operated by local or by the professional corporates or many big shots from all over India. So this is again a good number of resorts, for the catering the tourist flow. Along with this overall scenario, these pictures are the left picture, that is pottery picture from the Pench MP landscape. There are a Kumbhar community village, and suddenly these traditional items get a good amount of revenue from the tourist, and this Kumbhar small village and this family get good amount of money from this tourist. And this is right side picture is very common, because from water, cold drinks to common things like this packed foods are available in a small places in overall all the landscapes. So this is again benefit the local the small shop owners or small vendors in nearby the gates or nearby the tourist attraction spots of this tiger reserve. So all these benefits benefited from this tourism activity. Even NGOs and other organizations are participation. Their participation is very important from the community point of view. So there is a lot of these foundations or many other NGOs are working in this landscapes, particularly in the Vidarbha landscape, regarding the livelihood activities, the sensitization activities, the education activities, the good potable water activities, and many activities regarding the community. They involved in these community activities for betterment of this local community. So this is also again important point of view. When the tiger reserve is established, these NGOs are working in this specific area. So this is again a very important intervention by this organization. This is again a very interesting phenomena. This is the left picture is of the STPF. This is a Special Tiger Protection Force established in few tiger reserve, particularly in Melghat there is a tiger protection force. In Tadoba there is a tiger protection force, and even in Pench Tiger Reserve there is a tiger protection force. Only out of 6, 3 tiger reserves have this sort of a battalion to protecting the tigers. So more than 100 field staff from forest department, they deployed this tiger protection or established this tiger protection force, and they are working for the betterment of conservation of tigers and the protection of the tigers. Apart from that, there is a primary response team, PRT, primary response team, to handle the human-wildlife conflict or fire or poaching or many activities regarding this conservation of the forest to protect the tiger, or to get a fence, human fence, not from the physical fence, it's a human fence to protect the tiger. So this is the best example. The right picture is from the Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve, and there is a primary response team. The 100%, it's a local team deployed by the forest department. They get a remuneration, small amount of remuneration, but they get the remuneration for their forest, to protect the forest. And there are many daily wages labor who are working on the kutis. It's a protection hut, and the overall protection techniques adopted by the tiger reserve. So all these gets benefit from the tiger reserve management. This is picture from villages, and this is the SPM is the Shyama Prasad Mukherjee schemes implemented by the Maharashtra Forest Department. This is specifically for the conflict area, and around 600 villages from the eastern Vidarbha are covered through this Shyama Prasad Mukherjee schemes adopted by the few selected villages. And these villages get benefit because they are the proximity in the fringe of the forest, and they are hampered by these few activities regarding the some closing of their natural resources or restrictions of the natural resources. So they get the additional benefit from the forest department to have a additional income regarding these schemes. And in this Shyama Prasad Mukherjee scheme, villages get the LPG, the solar panels, their solar fence. They are more aware about this tiger and its importance. So this is another schemes implemented by the forest department, by the Maharashtra government. This is one of the most important benefit that local villages get from this tiger reserve. When we talking about the all 6 tiger reserve, there are more than 550 odd villages in the buffer zone of this tiger reserve. So they get the fuelwood to tendupatta, maua, various flowers, various vegetables, or from the or for the fuelwood for their chula. So many local communities, they get the benefit, they get the small amount of remuneration or the there for the livelihood, and it is one of the most important that these traditional local community, they get the benefit from this forest. So this is the most important component regarding particularly from the their livelihood and the resources they are gathering since years. So it is one of the important component they get from the forest of this tiger reserve buffer area. So this is the very common phenomena in this eastern Vidarbha landscape. You can see it. Another one is water security. Jangal Nadi ki maa hai. It's called Jangal Nadi ki maa. Is a very important word. This picture is from the lower Pench. When this Pench river water comes to Nagpur city, and Nagpur city gets the ample water from this forested area. So this is the water security is the most important component that is received from the forest, and more than 300 rivers originate from this tiger reserve area, and they gets the benefit from the agricultural point of view, drinking purpose, and many other industrial. They get the water from this tiger reserve area. So this is the one of the most important component that tiger reserves given to the not local community, even in the city dwellers, and they get this water security from this tiger reserve. So these all benefits for means this is one of the best example that tiger reserve is getting. So this is one of the best example, tiger tourism, costly and difficult. This is the picture, one of the picture from the Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve. You can see the fare, or this is the price of the tourist entry gate, the safari type, the gypsy safari between 120 to 60 days. It's cost around 8,000 rupees. Then that is Saturday, Sunday, and the rest of the day the amount is different. Gypsy safari between less than 60 days to 3 days, that is 2,000, and the gypsy charges, that is different, that is 3,000 rupees. Tatkal, there is another system like Tatkal booking, that is cost about 4,000 rupees. Canter safari, that is common 16 to 18 seater canter is there. So the cost is per seat is around 500. And gypsy safari in discretionary quota, that is 3,000. If you want to travel throughout the day in the forest or in the tiger reserve, the full day gypsy safari cost around 35,000. And the gypsy charges is a different one, but this is for 4 people, 35,000 rupees is. So overall, you can see the tiger reserve visit is not at very cheap. It's very, rather we can see it's a very costly affair, and even local people are very much away from this particularly costly affair from this tiger reserve point of view. Means not this is this picture is from specifically from Tadoba landscape, Tadoba area, but in even other area, the price is little bit low, less, but the safari is not as easy way, because most of the time this park, the vehicle is restricted. So the vehicle movement, the getting perfect pass or entry is very difficult nowadays. So this is best example that the tiger safari or the tiger reserve visit is not as much easy, or it's a costly affair. We can say it there. So this is the Tadobandari landscape picture, the map of Tadobandari. The white one is the core area and the green one is the buffer area. So there are 14 gates in the buffer area and 6 gates in the core area. So all these gates are booked till 30th June. So this is the scenario. Though there are a very costly affair, but throughout the India, the online booking, through the online booking, most of the gates are now booked throughout the year, throughout the this particularly this season, and the there are means Tatkal reservation only available. So this is the scenario. I'm talking about the one of the village from Tadoba landscapes in Agarzari area. This village is a small village. 80 more than 80 families are here in this Agarzari village, and the main occupation is agriculture, and second occupation is tourism, obviously, particularly tiger tourism. This is the near gate of this Agarzari village. This buffer gate is started in 2014-15. There is a campsite developed by the forest department, means tiger reserve. There is a butterfly park, and in the out of 85 families, 13 families have a gypsy. 12 guides. They have, these families have guides, and there are more than 12 SHGs group of women who are controlling various canteens and other activities in this village. So we understand this economic condition of these villages and overall income from this tourism. So there are this left side table is their remuneration, because this is inside the forest in the buffer area of this tiger reserve. So around 8 to 10,000 roughly is the monthly income of these many families who are depend on these tourism activities. So this is a very best example that how a village, small village, the tribal village is converted into this tourism activities. They are deeply involved in this tourism activity and get the benefit from this tourism flow. I'm talking about the tiger-centric tourism, but you can see overall the tourism activities are hampered this overall situation. And in the recent times, the tourism in tiger reserve is increasingly seen as the major threats to the this forest, and particularly the individual tigers. And the studies have questioned whether the benefit generated from the tourism reaching to the local community or not. Actually, I am closely associated with the community and the forest department. So definitely, the tourism money is definitely goes to their pockets, local community. But from the another point of many other negative impacts of tourism on wildlife protected areas have also been highlighting, particularly the extraction of forest-based resources by these resorts, disturbance to the wildlife population, and many other activities related to the tourism. Specifically, unregulated mushrooming of lodges, resorts, and hotels in the corridors are the blocking the corridors of the tigers. So it is a very main issue, and particularly Supreme Government intervene in this, particularly the resorts and overall activities. So even in other threats, there are apart from resorts, infrastructure and other activities are booming in the particularly the buffer area of the tiger reserve. So it's hamper also the tiger reserve. So this is one of the threats that we can see particularly in this tiger reserve, overall tiger reserve. This this picture is from Tadobandari Tiger Reserve, and you can see that the tiger is safe from the tourists. There is a cornered by this tiger is sitting on the road, and this the tourist vehicles are cornered by the gypsies, and this is it's a very common picture in all the tiger reserve, particularly in central India. You can even see the what we call is jatra for the tigers, and this is also a common picture in all the central Indian landscape. Waiting for the tiger. This is again picture from the Tadobandari Tiger Reserve, that tourists are waiting for the tiger to come and give a darshan to them. So this is another picture from landscape. Many times these vehicles block the road of particular animal and disturb the animal. So there are few activities started by the forest department, which particularly tiger reserve, to control the tourism activities or rowdy tourism. The as per the National Tiger Conservation Authority, only 20% area is open for the tourism activity. Then there is a restriction for the vehicle, means there are specific gate have a specific quota, means there are only 8 to 10 gypsies are allowed in the morning safari or allowed in the evening safari, means restrict the vehicles. Then a guide gypsy driver is punished if they are seeing the they are moving from the road, or they are stopping the animals, or they are disturbing the animals. And strict implementation of particularly Wildlife Protection Act is also implemented, and vehicle tracking device is used. This is very unique idea. It's coming from the Madhya Pradesh. Now Tadobandari Tiger Reserve adopt this specific vehicle device used for the tracking the vehicle. The right picture is that is like a small mobile which track the vehicle movement, and if the vehicle is running fast, so it reflects in this mobile or a device. It's particular this developed particular app, and the fine is imposed on specific vehicle. So again, there are many activities are conducted by this forest department or tiger reserve to control the rowdy tourism. The gradation of the guides, again, this is a unique idea adopted by the tiger reserve, and I am one of the a member from this forest department to grade the overall guides from all these Pench, Tadobandari Tiger Reserve and other tiger reserve, to grade the guides according to the grades and their knowledge. ABC we divided the their talent, their information, their behavior, overall their perception, understanding, and we grade them according to, and again according to the grade they get the remuneration or the benefit of this particular situation. There are few 2-3 guides who controls the rowdy tourist. This is also again very important, and they felicitated by the forest department or our NGO, and they are from Tadoba and other landscapes. So this is sorry. The economic contribution from the tiger tourism in and around tiger reserve is, but we can see that the tourism infrastructure developed. It's a very important thing. Most important thing is that wildlife tourism creates a tiger friendly perception within the communities. It is very important things. And the last one is, as a result, tiger tourism should be seen as a catalyst that is able to create tiger friendly communities around tiger reserve. Hence, if the local community becomes the tiger friend, they protect the overall, they protect the habitat of the tiger, and even also the tiger, the particularly this big animal. So this is most important thing in overall scenario, that local community get maximum benefit and they protect the overall the situation and their dependency. They reduce their dependency regarding the forest produce collection and many things. And if this community gets volatile and it reflects to the tiger population or poaching of the of these big cats or poisoning of the big cats, so it's very important to get maximum benefit to these local community to understand or to create a good atmosphere in these peripheral villages of this tiger reserve. In nutshell, there is a pros and cons. Again, tiger tourism is a largely benefited the local community, as I already told that. Our national animal is protected and will flourish by these initiatives, means from tiger reserve point of view. Water security for millions of people, that is most important from environmental point of view and sustainability point of view. And cons is uncontrolled and only tiger-centric tourism disturb the big cat. That is, I already talked about that. It is very, in some tiger reserve, very pathetic situation are seen to mob the tiger or to chase the tiger, or that sort of activities are going. The cons is corridors and connectivity are in threats due to this chain of resorts. So this is again a big problem. From Corbett Tiger Reserve to Tadoba Tiger Reserve, there are many such activities. There is a special committee to control these resorts, but the tourism lobby is again, there is a very strong tourism lobby in few tiger reserve. So this tiger connectivity is hampered in some of the tiger reserve. And another small component, only some villages are benefited which are on the fringe or on the tourist gates. There are 91 villages in the buffer reserve, buffer of Tadobandari Tiger Reserve, and there are only 20 gates, and around 30 to 40 villages get benefit from this tiger reserve. And so the population is very high, and the benefit is restricted. This tiger tourism benefit is restricted to the few families or few villages. So there is a imbalance, and it is also one of the concern in this overall landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request the participants to ask any queries, or you may put it in the chat box if any. Participants, if you have any queries, kindly put it in the chat box. Student participants. Fine, sir, we do not have any queries. Okay. Yeah, there is a query from sir.
I am not audible.
Sir, are you able to hear us? Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
Hello. Can you hear?
Sir, I think so. There is some problem with your audio. Are participants able to hear us?
I'll put in the chat box.
Sir, we'll put in the question in the chat box.
Ma'am, I am not audible. Ma'am, I am not audible. हो हो नाही नाही माझं अनम्यूटच आहे बिलकुलच. नाही मी बघितलं, कारण माझा आवाज जातोय असं कळतंय, पण मला तुमचा अजिबातच आवाज येत नाहीये. बरं ठीक आहे ना बघतोय. Uh, there are methods of tiger estimation, which was conducted by the Tiger Conservation Authority in throughout the India. So after every 4 years, the tiger number is calculated in throughout the India, and the Tiger Reserve is doing this exercise every year. But All India Tiger estimation is conducted every 4 years. The last tiger estimation was conducted in 2018. Now 22 is the this one is this year. Actually, the number is again coming. So previously, the tiger estimation was done through the the number is estimated previously through the PUGMARKs, but there is a continuous question regarding this PUGMARK method. Now this method from 2005 onwards, this method is vanished and adopt a new techniques regarding this camera trapping. Through the camera trapping, the tiger is number, because they have individual tiger have their stripe mark, individual stripe mark as of our fingerprints. So this stripe mark, the tiger number is calculated. So particularly in 2022, more than 3,000 tiger must be recorded. This is not an official figure, but may be recorded in this tiger census. So through camera trapping, the tiger number estimation, it's not a number, it's an estimation. We call it, it's the estimation of the tiger number. So this is the method of tiger counting. Another question regarding the compensation. In Maharashtra, Forest Department is a whole authority, or Tiger Reserve is the whole authority to give a compensation for cattle kill, crop damage, human injury, and human death. So in Chandrapur district, I already told that last year more than 44 people are died through this large carnivora and tiger, leopard, as well as wild boar. So the compensation given by the Forest Department is around rupees 15 lakh to the this family. It is the highest in India, and this is the highest amount paid by the Forest Department. And so more than 20 crores rupees was given in last year to this Decades family. Any question?
Any other questions? Participants, please type.
No. There is no as such pandemic situation and tiger numbers because they get relaxed from the tourist, and there is no as such different activities by the or different behavior seen by this tiger, particularly in the pandemic. And the tiger number, particularly in Maharashtra, is more than 300. It's the latest figure, and 95% tigers are in the Vidarbha landscape. Only few tigers are in the Sahyadri landscape. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, I am unable to listen your voice. Thank you.
One more question. So there is one more question in the chat box.
Hello. Hello.
We push. So there is a question for you.
Can I answer this question?
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sir, earlier speakers mentioned about closing ticket counter once the maximum number of tourists for a day, it is closed in Wayanad. And sir, is that case in Tadoba?
Actually, that is walk-in system. But now 95% of the tickets or park entry is through online booking. So there is no as such walk-in system in Tadoba area. Most of the tickets are already sold through the online. And rest of the Tiger Reserve, particularly Pench Tiger Reserve, there is a walking system. Means if there is a vehicle restriction of 20 vehicles, and if there is an online booking of 10 vehicles, the rest of the vehicle, that is 10 vehicles, that is on the walking system. So they get the ticket at the gate. But that is in the specific time zone. Means if you enter at after 9 o'clock and you say that I'm entering and give me extra time, that is not allowed in the specific Tiger Reserve and every Tiger Reserve mostly. So there is a specific time to enter and exit, morning, evening time. So you have to reach specific time on that gate along with your online ticket, along with your ID cards, and all this specific specification is required in every Tiger Reserve. So there is no as such duplication or fraud in the this ticketing.
There are no more questions. So may I request Sushma Madam to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Geeta Madam. Thank you so much, sir, for your informative views and very
Thank
talk. Ecotourism is one of the means of sustainable development goals set by UNDP to be achieved by 2030. So your talk was very rightly abide by the theme of the webinar, Ecotourism, a model of sustainable development. In your talk on ecotourism to tiger tourism, you very rightly highlighted on the challenges and benefits of tiger-centric ecotourism to achieve the goal of sustainable development with respect to wildlife. To mention few challenges that you mentioned in your talk, conflicts regarding the tiger, that is human attack by the tiger, along with the irresponsible behavior by the tourists. Along with the threat, this also includes, one of the challenges also includes threat to the tiger. To mention few of the benefits which you mentioned in your talk, sir, tiger is a livelihood for sustainable development, will encourage local community to protect tiger further. Also, sir, you also mentioned about the volumes of revenue generated by the tiger-centric ecotourism. This will further help to encourage the wildlife management in India. Also, it will encourage the small businesses to the local people, also benefiting the local community in different ways. Sir, I would like to say all the best to you and your team for the good work that you all are carrying on. On behalf of HDPS and the whole team organizing the webinar, and my own behalf, I would like to thank you, sir, for giving us your precious time for this talk from your tight schedule. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sushma Madam. May I request all the participants to please switch on the videos so we have the memory of this session. Participants, please switch on your videos.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I need to make one announcement.
Yeah.
Join the next panel session at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Everyone joins at 1 o'clock for the panel discussion. Student and teacher participants are requested to join at 1 in the same Zoom link.
Hello, welcome, Mrs. Shraddha Rangnekar, Madam, one of the panelists of this session number 7. We are beginning the program in next 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Karkare sir, Shraddha madam, Karkare madam, Madsaure sir. We'll start in another 2 minutes. There was slight delay with the first session, the previous one.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are at the last session of the 2 days webinar, that is the 7th session. I request Deepak sir from Department of Zoology to summarize the entire 2 days presentation and take ahead the panel discussion.
Thank you, Geeta madam, for this opportunity. As after Samta's lunch, we are moving towards the end of this interdisciplinary webinar on ecotourism, a model of sustainable development, organized under the aegis of Ram Niranjan Environment College. And what has been learning, we have been learning at a very young age where we talk about the earth. Samudra Vasane Devi Parvataspana Mandale, Vishnu Patni Namaskrityam, Padasparsham Kshamaswam. But probably we are forgetting that the Mother Earth also needs her care. And precisely this is what was the aim of this webinar also, where we try to understand ecotourism with more focus on sustainability of resources, as well as development of employment. Now we are for a panel discussion, where in the panel we have panelists who are inspiring role models in their own way. We have with us Mr. Nitin Karkare and Mrs. Shilpa Karkare, who are owners of Rustic Holiday Homestay in Sangameshwar, Ratnagiri. I would like to point out Mr. Nitin Karkare was in television industry as a freelance film editor and sound recordist, and Mrs. Shilpa Karkare is a housewife turned to an acupressure therapist, and she's also the owner of Shilpa Handicraft Stores in Thane. Both husband and wife, they took a break, or rather going back to the roots. They started promoting ecotourism with their rustic holidays. And Mrs. Shilpa Karkare also promotes handicrafts made by housewives and artisans from the rural areas. We have with us on the panel Mrs. Shraddha Rangnekar, who was one of our speakers yesterday, who is partner at Mrigaya Expeditions, an eco-travel company. She is doing excellent work in community engagement and citizen outreach program. We also have with us on the panel Mr. Chandrasekhar Bhadsavle, again an inspirational personality, because he is an innovator farmer with mission to get dignity for farmers. And he has done his BSc in Agricultural Sciences and MS in Food Sciences. And after working in US for 5 years, he returned to his family farm in Mumbai. He is recipient of several state, national, and international awards, with 2 top TED Talks to his credit. He has also delivered lectures about his work at FAO Rome, Cornell University. I would like to put it on record that all these panelists are role models in their own way, because today when we talk about job securities, today when we talk about economy and crisis, these people have left their jobs just to come back to their roots and to be one with the soil. So we welcome all the panelists who are there with us today. We welcome Nitin sir, Shilpa madam, Shraddha ma'am, and Chandrasekhar sir. We also have with us for this session moderator Kade sir. Just to give a gist to our panelists, what happened in these 2 days seminar. Yesterday, the opening address, the keynote address, was delivered by Dr. Prakash Rao, Deputy Director and Professor of Energy and Environmental Sciences, Symbiosis, Pune. His talk was on sustainable tourism and environment in developing economies, challenges and opportunities. In broad scope, he gave an idea about global tourism. He highlighted the impacts of tourism. He also interlinked climate change and tourism, and how we can move ahead, keeping tourism and sustainability in mind. It was a very well and precisely organized session, where the audience could get a gist about how sustainability can be brought together with tourism. In second session, we had with us Mrs. Shraddha Rangnekar, who is partner at Mrigaya Expeditions Goa, and in her talk on responsible tourism, a way forward, the Goa scenario, her talk gave an overview of her work with her team that she has been doing in Goa. It was an inspiring session to see the community engagement in developing ecotourism. The best aspect was how they managed to provide employment to locals along with maintaining sustainability. In session 3, we had with us Mr. Prasad Gowde, founder member of Kokri Gan Manus, and he focused on how the communities are trying to protect and preserve the natural fauna along with sustainability. So bringing about again community engagement along with sustainability of nature, that was by Mr. Prasad Gowde. Then in the afternoon session, we had presentations for teachers as well as students. The themes that were given were related to ecotourism from Indian scenario, ecotourism and its impact, or any specific case studies. We had about 7 teachers and 7 students from in and around Mumbai and other parts of India who presented these papers, and they were very well received by the judges. We had judges for the student session. And today in session 4, the morning 2 sessions, on session 4 as well as session 5, by Malik Fazil and Sanjay Karkare sir, Assistant Director BNHS Vidarbha respectively, both focused on ecotourism, specifically with respect to tiger tourism. Mr. Malik Fazil, he gave an overview on the tourism aspects in Kerala and how Periyar Tiger Reserves have managed to maintain the sustainability as well as the ranking in the survey. And Sanjay Karkare sir, he focused mainly on the impacts of tourism on basically impacts of tourism on tiger, as well as how it has brought about a change in the attitude of people also. So we had these sessions with us which broadly covered a general aspect of ecotourism as well as to more scientific aspects of ecotourism. So these were the things that we had in these 2 days. Now we have with us moderator who will take Kale sir, who will be taking with the panel discussion ahead. I invite Kale sir for the panel discussion.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
I welcome Shilpa and Nitin Karkare, Shraddha Rangnekar, and Chandrasekhar Badsavi for this panel discussion. The panel discussion has mainly been planned to address the queries of the students and other participants related to tourism, and also to get an insight into entrepreneurship in ecotourism. Well, as we all know, tourism has globally become a large industry having a profound impact on GDP of every nation, particularly among the developing countries. The United Nations World Tourism Organization, with the headquarters at Madrid, Spain, regulates all issues related to tourism. This UNWTO, as it is abbreviated, has prepared global code of ethics for tourism. It has 160 member countries, 6 associates, and 500 affiliate members. Well, through the work of this, the World Tourism Day is celebrated every year on 27th September. And for 2022, the theme has been rethinking tourism. It would be celebrated at Bali, a beautiful island country. Indonesia will be hosting this. Well, the theme for 2023, next year, is going to be tourism and green investments. Friends, India has its own National Tourism Day, and that is celebrated on 25th January every year. And for 2022, the theme is rural and community centric tourism. This will be celebrated at Pochampalli, a village in the outskirts of Hyderabad, Telangana. Well, since the share of tourism is considerable in the GDP and is increasing slowly but definitely, we have to carve our place as a country in ecotourism. Since India is blessed with a great variety of ecozones and ecosystems, and we can encash upon it for sure. I would put in the questions to the panelists, and they will please express their views on the same. The first and the foremost thing I would like to know from all three participant panelists, Mr. and Mrs. Karkare, Shraddha Rangnekar and Chandrasekhar Barsawade, about how much and what kind of research was put in before launching yourself into this ecotourism business. So, Karkare couple to go for it first.
Please unmute yourselves. Nitin and Shilpa. Please unmute yourself. Yes, correct.
Hello, namaskar. Volume to the. Yeah. What was the exact question? Namaskar, Nitin Karkare here.
Yeah, the question has been, what kind of research did you conduct before launching yourself into this ecotourism business?
Sorry, the audio is not very clear.
May I speak from this?
Can someone else start right now, because I'm not getting the audio very clear. I'll go next.
Okay, now can you hear me? Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, okay, now much better.
All right, all right. The question is common for all three panelists, and that is how much and what kind of research was put in before launching into this ecotourism business?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll first just briefly tell our story about how we started the tourism in Konkan. It was basically started somewhere around 2004, and we started it as a seasonal venture, and it was called Mamacha Gavala Zoya. It was essentially camps for children. And the idea was to showcase village life to the urban kids. And that's how it started. And initially when we started, the research was not there in particular as such, but the idea was that we saw that the urban kids don't have any knowledge about village life, and we started the camps. And the camps were basically showcasing the cultural festivities and farming in Konkan. We have a 210-year-old ancestral property in Konkan, and we conduct the camps over there. I had been coming to my home regularly, and that is how we wanted to start it over there. And somewhere around in 2010, we thought of shifting to Tural, the place where we are operating Rustic Holidays in Konkan, and thought of starting the tourism business on a regular basis and not only seasonal. Though we have a big house, the privacy is not there. Hence, we thought of having cottages for the tourists coming, visiting to this place. And then we started thinking, then a little bit research was done about how we should have the cottages built. Firstly, we thought of having it in some wood or bamboo. But then as we have a huge problem of termite in Konkan, then we decided, as my house is built with mud and stone, we adapted the method of having mud cottages, which are called adobes, constructed to adobes. These are sun-dried bricks, and from that, it's a traditional way of building house in Konkan area, and that is how we started and built the cottages. And now for 12 years, we are operating on those cottages.
Shraddha Rangnekar ji, in Goa, was it a different scenario?
Honestly, when me and my team actually started exploring the possibility of getting into the ecotourism venture, we never got involved into any formal research or organized way of gathering information as to how we could go about it. It was just mere since we were nature enthusiasts, and we would usually venture into the forest for documentation and for observing wildlife. We thought that there was a lot of potential that we could convert it into something that was essentially related to ecotourism. We also saw that there were a lot of challenges which the Goan tourism was facing. And of course, the repercussions on the local communities as well. And then the idea started getting into our minds that why not involve the community also in the ecotourism industry, and kind of connect environment, people, and all these components together. So yes, we did not per se get involved into any research as such, but since we had the knowledge, we had the background of what were the requirements, it did not take much time to get take this ahead. Yeah.
Batsavaiji, do you have any different view from this?
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Ours is a agro-ecotourism. So it is first agriculture. Agriculture has to have ecology, a perfect ecosystem. And agro-tourism was born on our farm first time in India in 1985. We have defined now agro-tourism as an activity organized by farmer himself on his active farm, where leisure learning and fun is combined together. Now, whereas agro-tourism, we call it Krishi Paryatan, it was born accidentally on our farm. So we did not do any research, but our accident story can be a useful thing for everyone for understanding. I had returned from America in 1976. I did agriculture and food science and technology. I worked in America for 5 years. But when I came back, our family did not get dignity, which I found out that dignity is very important thing for survival and performance of human being. We say food, shelter, and clothing are the three things, but we say four things, and fourth thing is dignity, and that should come first, which farmers don't get it. And we were struggling, and we did not know what was going wrong. It so happened that there were snakes, and one day I decided to not kill a snake and catch a snake. I became a snake man. This was in 1979-80. So as soon as I started become a snake man, I started catching snake. People started calling me. And those who did not offer me even a glass of water, they called me in their home They gave me tea, they gave me a chair to sit. They honored me, they respected me, they gave me dignity. And then people started coming to our farm to see the snakes. So this was the beginning of agri-tourism. So when they came to see the snake, they did not know the name of the tree. They did not know different crops. And this is how I started showing them different crops, different trees, our experiences based on hard-earned experience, information, and knowledge. So this is where sharing information and fun while performing agriculture. This is how agrotourism was started in 1985. First 5 years, we did not took, people wanted to pay for our service. But being son of a freedom fighter and a social reformer, I could not take money from the people who wanted to pay me. So here, I want to confirm that money is less important than dignity, and dignity comes after giving something to the society. And a farmer, an ecologist, a person who is living in Sangmeshwar and Goa, all these rural areas, they can give to the society, and they are giving. They have already set an example. This is how they became the popular centers. So Sagunabad, the name, our farm, is pretty popular place now. That's only because we invest into people's happiness. The guests, they are not our customers. So this is the research and development and the story how Krishi Paryatan was born. I have slides to share, but which I will share when you give me an opportunity. Thank you.
The central as well as the state policies have been in support of entrepreneurs, or do you feel otherwise? Barsawali?
After a long fight and persistence, state government of Maharashtra has now designed a policy for agritourism. It's after a long time. Only few months ago, I don't think it's been 12 months yet, the state of Maharashtra has accepted a policy for agritourism. I don't know about the central government, but this is an issue, I think, pertaining to the state rather than center. The policy is okay. The policy is okay. It's not really to give a lot of boost to the rural areas of the state. We have to attract able youth into rural India, rural state. If we want to do that, agri-rural tourism or ecotourism are the right way, and they must give the state policy should support in a much better way than that what they are doing it now.
Thank you. Shraddhaji, did the government policies help or trouble you in your operations?
Very little. See, we started agri-tourism in 1985. The policy was not there, but we still survived and we performed, and we are popular place. Wherever I go to Australia, America, wherever I go, people recognize me, people know me. Oh, that's you, Bhatsavle, Sagunabad. So this is how we have come a long way without even the policy. Even if government doesn't trouble us, even if government doesn't put us down, us means what I'm saying is able youth into the rural area. Forget about their support. Even if they don't trouble, as soon as a small center starts becoming a good able center in rural India, rural state, a rural area of a state, suddenly then government machinery wakes up and they say, hey, you are doing big business. Come, give us the tax, give us GST, give us income tax. You have to, you know, that kind of a thing, this botheration. This should stop. Even if they don't bother us, bother the youth in rural India, that also will be a big help. And this should be put forth by the society. The society must tell the government. The educational institutes must tell the government that we need these centers in rural India, which will make India into a very powerful country. I would like to tell you a very important thing here. The Swamiji of Ramakrishna Mission Gwalior was here, and he came to see our agritourism center. When he saw this, he said, if we want to make our country 5-star, agritourism, ecotourism is the right way.
Okay, thank you, Bansal, for sharing your views. Now I wanted to know from Shraddha Ranganekarji whether government policies were with or against your work.
Fortunately, there was no trouble of any kind, or there is no trouble of any kind from the government machineries or from the government bodies. But unfortunately, yes, there is no support or recognition. For that matter, Goa being a tourist destination, a famous tourist destination, sadly, we still don't have a state tourism policy in place. It is very ad hoc, and special schemes are however floated, but they are very restricted to coastal tourism. For these permissions and other kind of policies that are drafted only for the shacks and other hospitality industries, the hotels and small bars and restaurants along the coast. But nothing as of now as far as hinterland tourism, rural tourism is concerned.
Okay, thank you. Now, Shilpa and Nitin, will you please share your views on the recommendations that you might have for minimizing the impact of tourism on nature and indigenous community? Shilpa or Nitin Karkare?
Hello.
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Yeah, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I wanted to know whether you agree with the current policies and what your opinion is for minimizing the impact of tourism on nature and also on indigenous community.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, yes, we can hear.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Devices working there.
I'm extremely sorry, we are in a very poor connectivity area, so there would be a little problem in addressing to you. But yeah, regarding the government policies, there are policies but which are never implemented. That is what we have an opinion. And the red tapeism of the typical government agencies is really, I would say, discouraging to go to the office and demand for something. However, we have not, frankly speaking, we have not interacted much after a certain time with the government agencies for the tourism policy and getting help for our project. The whole project has been put up on our own finances or whatever physical requirements are there. So I personally feel that there is a lot can be done by having policies set up by the state government or even central government. But the most important part is implementation, which is not being done.
Okay, thank you. Ranganekar ma'am, will you please tell us about the necessity of policies or practices to empower locals and forest dwellers? Shraddha madam.
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, what in your opinion is needed to be done to empower locals and forest dwellers?
To empower, that's what you asked, right? Sorry, your voice was breaking. I'm extremely sorry.
For empowering people and forest dwellers, what is necessarily to be done?
Yeah, that's the biggest challenge. You require a lot of patience and a long-term hand-holding. That you need to do as far as uh, getting the people involved in any of the ideas that you want to implement. Um, as far as we were concerned, it took us almost 3 years before we actually formally started getting the community involved in the tourism project. But once we managed to convince them, it really did not take much efforts, because the community already knew a lot about their surroundings, about their environment. What they needed to be empowered with or trained was only with certain etiquettes, concerning with hospitality. And now, if this is with respect to the tourism, as far as tourism is concerned, and people in Goa are already they're hospitable enough, so we did not actually have to work on them, have put any extra efforts to get them to do that. And that's the whole essence of I would say, rural tourism or responsible tourism, or you wanting guests to come and experience this kind of tourism. You want people to experience the originality, and whatever is there without much of changes. Um so yes, you need to keep them motivated time again. Now, during the last 2 years of the pandemic, tourism took a setback in Goa, and it really affected and impacted both our projects as well. And but we had to keep them motivated in many ways. So that's it. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Shilpa and Nitin Karkare, I would like to know that when you expanded from single group stay to separate cottages, have you preferred graduates from hospitality institutions, or did you have a policy of employing only locals in the business?
Hello. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Actually, from the started, we have decided that we will give employment to the local people, because that was our motto when we shifted here from Bombay. And it is very, what you say, it is very encouraging to that people that there are 20 to 25 people getting employment here. They are here, they are not leaving the village. Our first motto was that nobody, actually, at least minimum 5 people should stay here, should not migrate from village to town for employment generation. So that is fulfilled. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Varsaviji, I would like to know from you whether the tourists coming there need to be educated for the responsible tourism.
Well, it's like our body language
Yeah.
Can tell a lot, can teach a lot, can expect a lot, and can get a lot. So it's the responsibility of lies on us that how friendly we are with them and what we want to guide them for their happiness too. So if it's the cleanliness, if it's the plants and fauna, if it's the animals, if it's the sharing of knowledge based on experience. So all this putting together, we don't have to teach the tourist anything. We want them to enjoy. We want them to enjoy by learning something new about agriculture, about ecology, about there are things like we have a petting zoo. People can touch a ostrich, they can touch a lamb, they can touch a cow, so they can touch a fish. So these are the things that we give. We also give a very unique ride at our center. We call it WB ride, water buffalo ride. So such rides, such feelings, they are educating, they are learning, and they are fun also. So we don't have to really teach the guest. They automatically learn. They learn to understand. One very interesting thing that my observation on our farm, it's a 50-acre farm. And on 50-acre farm, sometimes we have 300, 400 guests. And at the end of the day, we see that there is almost practically no littering, no throwing of wrappers, no throwing of cups, no throwing of bottles. How can we do that? We don't have any boards. In fact, we are against putting up a board. Don't throw trash here and there. We have created dustbins at every 50 feet or 100 feet apart. So people automatically throw their trash into those dustbins. They keep the place clean. So you don't have to really teach the guests because they would not like us teaching them. But they like the clean environment. We provide the facility, and all our team, we have 130 of us now. We have a team of 130. So all these people, all these our team members, all our associates, they are not our workers, they are our associates. So all these associates, they work, they try their level best to make a guest happy. And all the training that we have given to those our associates, we have told them that the guest who is coming, imagine he is your blood relative. So make him happy with whatever we have, make him happy. Share your knowledge, show them maximum, allow them to touch. If they ask, if they have a child and they suddenly ask for a cow milk, don't wait for permission, just run and go get it. So this is what happens. The guest becomes happy, he learns something new automatically, and he enjoys it, and he remembers us forever.
Thank you. Thank you. Now the question would be not for a specific participant, but quite in general, anyone can answer this. So the objective of ecotourism always has been to sensitize the tourists to the lifestyle and culture of the natives. There would, however, be a two-way exchange. So probably new desires, wants are sown in the minds of locals by the tourists. So what is your experience about this?
Okay. The most interesting and important thing is all our associates, they are from local villages. Our main language is Marathi, and our culture is local culture here. About, I would say, 30-kilometer radius around Neral and Karjat. People come from all over the country. Many of them, they're cosmopolitan guests from Mumbai and Pune. Last week, we had guests from Australia, the white Australians. But our people speak only Marathi. They hardly speak any Hindi language also, because our Hindi is Bombay Hindi. And what difference would it make it to a Australian couple if he speaks Bombay Hindi? So our culture is right from heart. I think it's very important. In the hospitality industry, it should come from heart. It should be passion. Our associates and the management team itself, I would not want to call that as an owner, but management team. So every one of us at hospitality industry should be right from the bottom of your heart. It should be passion. I want to make my guests happy. A person who is coming to our Saguna Bagh as a guest, he comes as a customer in a language which most of us understand. But when he goes back as a friend. He goes back as a permanent, lifelong friend. He remembers us. He immediately, while he's here on the farm, he calls his friend, he calls his relative and say, you must come to visit to Saguna Bagh. This is a great place, but the people here who take care of you are the best. So this is very important. Our team should be trained that the guests are, in Marathi we say, Atithi Devo Bhava. I don't know if it's Marathi or Sanskrit, but forgive my language. But this Atithi Devo Bhava should not be just a plaque on the wall. It should be practiced. To whatever extent it should be practiced. This is very important.
Thank you, Badkar Prasad. Shraddha, I would like to know your opinion about this. Have the tourists contaminated the culture of local people anytime?
No, never. Fortunately, not. They've had beautiful experiences. We have two set of tourists visiting Goa. One is one set of tourists are the ones who would just come for the beach, the cheap alcohol and fun and casinos. That's their definition of holidaying in Goa. And for the last couple of years, we have seen that the whole definition of spending a quality vacation has changed, especially with the in the metropolis. Families coming from the major towns and the cities across India. They would also want to have the fun side of Goa, but at the same time, they want this exposure to the other side of Goa as well. So when they learn that there are some experiences that are already established, they want to explore this possibility. And I would say that they do their research, they do their homework, and also when they specifically contact people who are into ecotourism businesses in Goa, I'm sure they already are told about the do's and the don'ts when they go to the villages, or they go to experience any of these packages that are there. When they come to our place in Vedle and in Talde, in Tambi Surla, they really appreciate the women and the youth, especially taking care of them, looking after them. We have a lot of international tourists also who have visited our places. They have stayed with us. They come for a day, but then they like the place, and they stay for a couple of more days. We have a lot of other tourists, who don't understand the local languages, but then it's so interesting to see. And neither the villagers know English or Hindi or any other foreign languages. But the way they communicate, in sign languages or in the little language, the little, sharing of vocabularies or words, it really adds to the whole experience. Um, and I did mention yesterday about the no alcohol policy. It absolutely works. It's not an impossible thing if we really decide to regulate this particular aspect of so-called fun. Uh, and we have seen guests welcoming this policy wholeheartedly. And the women in the village are also happy because the men in the house do not drink, during those days when they have guests at home. So it's a win-win situation for the people in the village, as well as for the entire project. And it really, I mean, the guest really doesn't miss onto anything, because they get more than what they really come for over there. So overall, it has been a very, very good positive impact.
Uh, Shilpa and Nitin Karkare. See, the experience is that children from the local families nowadays do not like the cuisines and the local vegetables and all, and get influenced by the fast foods that probably the guests would often demand. Have you experienced anything like this in your reports?
Yeah, actually, yeah, sorry. Our strict policy is to have local cuisine being served to the tourists who visit this place, and we serve the traditional Konkani cuisine, or rather Maharashtrian Konkani cuisine, because Konkani is a very different term, because it stretches from Mumbai to Karnataka and all. But whatever we serve is locally cooked. It is cooked on chulha, and we use all the ingredients which are generally find in Konkan region. Like in particularly in summer season, we use basically the mango, jackfruit, kokum, and all these things. So, in fact, food has been a forte, and people do like the food we serve. And there has never been a complaint that why you are serving this. We would like to have, because there is no a la carte menu we are serving here. It's the fixed menu what we serve to people.
Shraddha, I would like to know about one thing. If the economic gains overpower the conservation objectives, there may be irreversible damage to the ecosystem. What's your stake on it?
Yes, definitely. I totally agree to this. So there has to be, we need to draw a line about these particular aspects. Um, Tourism in Goa is quite, and the employment related to, or the monetary benefits that is related with tourism in Goa is quite interrupted. It is quite seasonal at times. And that was one of the things that we wanted to address. At no point of time we wanted, any of these economic benefits to have a reversible effect on the community. Yes, our focus was that the benefit should percolate to the communities. Um, and eventually, when the project really started, taking up, there was a lot of economic benefits that the villagers also saw. So we started seeing a little bit of switch from their traditional occupations and concentrating more on these tourism activities. But it took us I mean, we explained to them that at no point of time that they should uh, uh, consider this tourism project as a source of as the only source of employment, and that it's like a livelihood opportunity for them, an alternate livelihood opportunity for them, especially the women. I would say it supported them to a larger extent. uh, I'd like to just share a small instance where we had the host, the women of one of the homestays, who would even ask for 2 or 3 rupees or 5 rupees from her son or her husband. But as part of the homestay project, she accumulated quite a bit of kitty, and she managed to make not only buy things for herself, but also managed to make gold ornaments for her daughter for her wedding. So really, they really found the potential in the whole project, and then they realized that there's no, and during the pandemic, what happened was there was no tourism, but then they had to get back to their traditional occupation. So they realized the importance that that they did not have to stop doing what they were traditionally doing, and how tourism was just an added benefit for them. Yes, and as far as conservation is concerned, I think it is directly connected with it. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, that's all right. All right. Now, this is not a question directed to any specific person, but the experience is that ecotourism ventures such as Kazwa Motsav or Turtle Festival have shown that the breeding potentials of the animals get affected because of mass tourism there. So, do we really need to carry out such ventures to attract tourists?
Can I?
Any of the panelists can answer this.
Definitely not. At no point of time we encourage any unethical activities. Um, we have discouraged the community and also our guests very often, to engage into any activities that would, be damaging to causing any kind of damage uh, uh, to the environment, and also. Um, Yes, I think somebody else could maybe also add on to it.
Yeah, okay, but sorry.
Yeah, I think the rural areas of our state and the country have degraded to great extent, whether it's ecology, whether it's type of soil, environment, forest, hills, rivers, waters, water bodies, and the human being, their health, their economy, everything is in shambles. It's terrible. So without thinking anything else, without really trying to brainstorm on these issues, we must support ecotourism, agrotourism as early as possible, whether it is for money, whether it is for improvement of ecosystem, whether it is for improvement of forest and animals and fauna and everything. By whichever way it clicks, it should click. Let the able youth reach the rural backdrop of our country once able youth goes there, he and she, they will do something good for the country anyway. So the money will come, the ecosystem, the ecology will improve, the agriculture will improve, the forest will improve. I think we must pay attention that able youth must go to rural India, and the best way is ecotourism or agrotourism. That's the best tool. It should be considered as the best tool.
Thank you. Marsari, our experience is slightly different here because Caste Plateau, for example, 15-20 years back, it really was a paradise. However, for the fear of missing out, people started streaming in, and I have heard recently that even night safari they are planning to start there. What I personally feel is that it is damaging to the ecosystem. Whether the rurals get income out of it or not is another thing. But nature is being disturbed, and probably the biodiversity that the Caste Pathar enjoyed once no longer is seen there.
You want me to comment on it?
Yeah.
Okay. See, in the first place, there should not have been just one Caste Pathar. There should have been 20 Caste Pathars by now. That's one. If we promoted it rightfully, it is possible. Second, who knows if we would not have promoted the tourism, whether it would have degraded or whether it would have improved. We don't have an experiment, we don't have a model, we don't have a control for this experiment. My opinion is something else about the work which we are doing with forest fires. Forest fire, the wildfires that we see all around, is a disease, and that disease I have seen in past 20 years has increased logarithmically. 20 years ago, not so much of land was getting burned because of wildfires, which it is getting burned today. If we want to stop this, we want able youth to be there, and those able youth will control this disease. And once we do this, so we are, our country, our society, our whole system, the economy, in my opinion, is going anti-clockwise. We have to move it clockwise by bringing youth into rural India. It may cause problems in places like Caste Pathar. We may see some problems, but we will overcome that problem. That problem has to be overcome systematically, thoughtfully, and for which your idea of bringing people together on this subject is a great idea. I congratulate you on your team on this. So wonderful. I wish to share some slides if you permit me.
Okay, I believe you can.
Okay, my friends, I'm going to show you some slides about our agri-tourism. I used to call it agro-ecotourism, but now we call it Krishi Paryatan. So here I am, I'm showing you some few slides, and I wonder if, please let me know, are you able to see the slide?
Yes, sir.
And also able to, okay, and you are able to listen to me. Okay, so this is how was the beginning of our family. I returned from America in 1976, and we were stuck with a big loan. Our all land was mortgaged, and the bank had announced Lilam of all our land. So this is my father and mother. Father was a freedom fighter. It was a very, this was all the belonging that we had. This is, of course, this was one more belonging, the only vehicle that we had on the farm. And later on, we also owned a small power tiller to which we could attach a small trolley in which we were able to bring the guests to our farm. And this I must say, this is I must say is about 1980, 80, 85, 86. But this is how it caught the eyes of the guests and the city people. They came to know about it. These were the simple ideas. People wanted to see a fruit-laden tree. They wanted to touch the fruit. They wanted to take the pictures of the fruit and appreciate. Of course, there was this farmer with a cap, you can see. This farmer was able to explain the information about this tree. Of course, you all know that this is a papaya tree. But with hard-earned experience, you are able to speak, you are able to tell the city folks the importance and make it interesting. This is another very interesting picture where you are able to see another fruit-laden tree, and people wanted to, the guests wanted to have their picture taken along with the tree. Another thing which we are able to give and have the experience to the guest on our farm, it's touch the live fish, hold the live fish. It's not easy, but this is a group of college students, as you can understand. They're able to touch the fish. There are many things. We know that rural India has got a lot of medicinal plants, and you can extract juice out of leaves. But how many of us know how to extract the juice from the leaves that are medicinal plants that are found in our ecosystem? But this is all, unless this is able use, you cannot learn this, you cannot understand it, and you cannot demonstrate it. So this all you have to be able to show it to the guest. Another thing which we show to the guest on our farm is various field. Here I'm trying to tell the guests, the city folks, that the solar energy is converted into gold through this green color, through this natural live green color, through the process of photosynthesis. So, farmer earns money. Here I'm able to show that if I can earn 1,00,000 rupees and I spend only 40,000 rupees as expenses, I still have 60,000 rupees left. Out of 60,000 rupees, if I give this 60,000 rupees in the hands of the farmer's wife, what would she do? She will purchase gold. So this is how this process of solar energy conversion into gold is explained. Now, these are the people from Holland. He asked me, what is this in the field? And I said, good question. So I asked him to come, hold the plant and pull it. He thought that I was checking his strength, and he pulled it so strong that he fell down, his legs were up, and I was worried. I thought that he must have got hurt. But he was so happy. He had tears of happiness in his eyes. And you see what plant this is. This is mungfali, this is groundnut. So these are the experience that a rural youth can give to his guests from city. This is the ride which I explained you that we are giving, WB ride, water buffalo ride. This is a picture from early 80s, say late 80s, and youth from all over the world had come to experience this. So these are some of the things that, and here I want to show you a film. I want to show you the. Can you hear the sound? Can you have the sound? Can you hear the sound of the film?
No.
No, sir.
No, sir, not yet.
What do you think this was? This was agri-tourism in Switzerland. The whole Switzerland is built on this concept. They have green rolling hills where they keep the cows for grazing and keeping the grass mowed and in neat shape. But they make sure that there is those bells in the neck of those cows. So this is the sound in Marathi. I could say nad, beautiful sound and beautiful greenery, and that's it. And this is Switzerland. The next one is agritourism organized by a red pumpkin farmer on his farm in America. This is agrotourism in America. So they call this as pig races. And I will show you agrotourism in Sagunabad. Okay, so because we have agrotourism, many guests, like this is the biggest boss of agriculture research of our country, is DG, Director General of ICAR. So such guests also visit the farmer because of agrotourism. You can see the next slide. I can show you. This is the Director of Research of Israel, who visited at our farm. So this is the kind of dignity that we keep getting as a farmer. Next. And this is the Swamiji who was at our farm from Ramakrishna Mission Gwalior, and he believes that if we start agrotourism or ecotourism for that purpose all over the country, our country can become a 5-star country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barsami. I believe in this discussion, what came out has been the fact that you have resources, you need a good idea, and that having a good idea for economic gains is nothing else but the entrepreneurship. So I believe, yes, we can cash upon our nature's bounty by having agrotourism projects like these that are being run by the people whom you have heard in the 2-day webinar here. So I thank the organizers very much for giving me this opportunity to moderate this panel discussion, and I thank all the panelists from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kale sir, and I request all the panelists to be there in the Zoom meeting for just 5 to 7 minutes. We will be having a prize distribution for the students, and I want all of you to be there for encouraging them. So the experience that all of you have brought in the panel discussion will definitely help the young entrepreneurs who want to venture in the sector of ecotourism. Now, we request all the panelists to be there in the meeting, and we will come to the most exciting part of this 2 days webinar, that is a prize distribution of student presentation. Now, to brief all of you, in all there were 7 students participated in the presentation, and they presented on different issues like environmental impact of ecotourism, the potential and the possibilities of ecotourism, and promoting ecotourism with botanical garden. These were all different kinds of presentations that were done. And the judging was done by Dr. Anagha Kamre, who is from Department of History from University of Mumbai, and Mr. Sanjay Joshi from Paryavaran Dakshata Manch. And now we come to the most exciting part, that is declaration of the prize winners. The third prize goes to Avinash Kumar. Avinash Kumar's topic of presentation was ecotourism, potential and possibilities. Congratulations, Avinash. Are you there in the meeting? Avinash?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in a meeting, but I'm in library, so I can't speak.
Okay. Okay. The
Okay.
second
Thank you, ma'am.
prize, yeah, congratulations. The second prize goes to Balakrishna Pathak. He presented on decoding ecotourism in India. Congratulations, Balakrishna. Balakrishna, are you there in the meeting? Congratulations to Balakrishna. And the first prize goes to Om Yadav. Om Yadav spoke on environmental impact of ecotourism. Congratulations to all three of you. I request all the participants in the meeting to please switch on the cameras so that we can click a photograph. Thank you, everyone. Now I request Dr. Manasi for proposing the vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Geeta. We have reached the fag end of the 2 days National Interdisciplinary Webinar on Ecotourism, a means of sustainable development. A webinar like this does not happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago, and it requires planning and a bird's eye view for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by the management of Hindi Vidya Prachar Samiti and especially President Dr. Rajendra Singh Ji to be our supporters. I put on record my sincere thanks to our beloved director, Dr. Usha Mukundan Madam. The webinar has been her brainchild and was conceptualized by her. With her support, without her support, it would not have been possible to bring it into such a success. Our principal, Dr. Himanshu Davda, is a source of encouragement and a pillar of strength to all of us every time. I thank him on behalf of the entire team of webinar. I express my gratitude to all the vice principals, again, who also are a continuous source of support to us. I put on record my thanks to Association of Teachers of Biological Sciences to be on the board in organizing this webinar. A special mention to the founder member of ATBS and former head Department of Zoology, our beloved Dr. Kale sir. He has not only extended his help virtually, but also remained physically present in the college throughout to support us. Thank you, sir. Intellectually riveting conferences are the product of solid contributions of the resource persons. I express my sincere thanks to all the resource persons and the panelists whose intriguing talks helped us learn various facets of ecotourism. I am also thankful to the judges of students' presentation competition. Their guidance has helped the students immensely. A successful webinar is always a team effort. I thank all the members of the organizing committee from the departments of botany, economics, and zoology. A smooth functioning of a webinar requires technical assistance. Rather, technical efficiency is a key requirement of such a kind of a webinar, online webinar. I express my gratitude to Mr. Hemant and his team for their wholehearted provision in technical assistance. Mr. Tabish, who is our student, is instrumental in preparing a beautiful brochure and the slides of all the technical sessions. Thank you, Tabish. We are fortunate to have always smiling and ready to help non-teaching staff. A big thank you to all of them. It would be unfair if I do not mention the names of my dear colleagues, Dr. Geeta, Joint Secretary of the webinar, and Dr. Anil, Member of Advisory Committee. I know we never say thank you to our family members. Nevertheless, I put on record the relentless efforts by both of them in making this webinar successful. Thank you to each and every one for making this webinar a grand success. Before we conclude this webinar, I would like to make certain announcements about the certificates. The certificates will be provided in a week's time. I would like to highlight a very important point that this is about specifically the paper presentation. Those teacher participants who have presented their papers only will get the certificates for paper presentations. Those who have remained present, not presenting a paper, also will get a certificate, but especially for those who have presented the paper, will get a certificate of paper presentation. Of course, the students also will get a certificate of paper presentation, participation as well. All in all, I once again thank everybody, and we will conclude this webinar with the national anthem. I request everyone to rise for the national anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उच्चल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की जय. With the permission of the chair, I announce this session and the webinar over. But I hope that each one of us will keep in touch and will be involved in the such kind of productive intellectual activities in future also. Thank you. May I request everyone to switch on the cameras, please? The winners. Please switch on the cameras. Let's cherish these memories. Please switch on the cameras, dear members. Smile, please. Thank you.